investors are selling to the moms and dads, the
Right.
people who didn't want to risk it and they wanted to play it safe. It'd be like buying Microsoft now. Like, yeah, you might get returns on it, but like, dude, all the returns, all the ROI has already happened. So why would you want to buy back into Bitcoin at 11K? I mean, Ethereum, sure. I mean, you'll get a better return on Ethereum than you will on Bitcoin. So I get that, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, and obviously when I say diversify, I'm not messing with any other, any coins outside of Richard Hart stuff. And then, obviously like Bitcoin and Ethereum. But then, I just obviously, if it's at the bottom at 11 and it's just holding a small position, because it's just, and the only reason is, obviously I've listened to some Bitcoin maxis that obviously believe hard into it, but, and I also understand, I've listened to all Richard Hart's videos, so I understand like his whole thinking about it. Like the richest man's already bought it, but when it's back down to 11, in a bull market, it is going to go back up. Is it going to perform as well as some of these others? No, but it's just it's just a hedge and just diversifying a little bit. It's not even like it's where the majority of my money is. It's something that I don't know. I think it would make sense to have some money in it. Just yeah, I mean, yeah, just diversification stuff.
Well, I'm not telling you to sell your crypto by any means, but if you did want to diversify, wouldn't it be better to do so in a completely different market if you're hedging against risk? And then in the markets that you are in with high risk, that you're going for the highest reward. Because if you have a coin like Bitcoin that dumps 80 to 90%, just the same as all this other shit every few years, right? Wouldn't you rather pick something that's going to return better? And like, so we saw Bitcoin run up to almost 70K, right? Which was what, 3.5x greater than its last fucking run.
Right.
So even if we see the same thing, say it runs up to 180 grand on the next one, right? Or 210 grand. And you get a 21x return on your money, which I don't think we'll see, but fuck it. Why not? It's possible. If Bitcoin did a 21x, what do you think Ethereum would do? Right?
Right.
Ethereum at that point would probably do a 50x. And as far as I'm aware, it did a 50x, give or take, maybe 51 in this run. So I don't even think we're going to see that from Ethereum on the next run. So, I mean, Ethereum at this point has proved itself in the market. It's proved its fucking thing. So my money would be on Ethereum before it would be on Bitcoin. And I put more money into Hex and Pulsechain and PulseX than I do Ethereum. The only reason I buy Ethereum anymore is literally just to cover my gas costs because, like, literally, man, everything outperformed it.
Yeah.
Like, the only thing that underperformed my Ethereum in the last bull run was Bitcoin. And unfortunately, I was stupid and I listened to the maxis back then and it shit all over me. Right. And I was into all fucking kinds of different projects. I obviously not going to list any here, but
Right.
when you get outperformed by many, many, many X's from some meme shitcoin made 10 years ago, then clearly there is a fucking problem with the investment. And I think that problem, I think Richard hit it right on the fucking head. And sorry for all my cursing. I'm half cut right now.
You're
And
fine.
also, I'm a pipeliner, so my mouth is pretty bad on a regular basis. But no, I think he hit that on the head when he said that we're at or close to the top of an S adoption curve, right? Because now you're no longer getting sophisticated investors. So anybody that does want high risk, they're not getting involved in it. And anyone wants low risk is going to be smarter about how they buy it, right? Like, and when you get a guy like Elon who comes in and didn't he fucking market buy like almost $1 billion?
Yeah.
And what did it do to the price?
Right.
So
No, yeah, and I get all that. I just obviously, the idea would be that, like for instance, I know El Salvador has kind of used it, and then they met with 46 different countries and central bankers that were kind of identifying, so
and
it
most of
just
them were for, and don't get me wrong, this is gonna sound bad, but I bet you most of them were shithole countries.
oh no, they are, and that's why they need something like a cryptocurrency to save them, right? Whether
Right.
it's
But
but
the problem is
you don't
they're
see any other
picking the one with
countries
no,
adopting anything else.
well, there's been lots of talks. You know what? I'm not even gonna. It's another coin. I'm not gonna talk about it. But
Yeah, yeah,
the the problem that I see with this is you have the same problems with Bitcoin as you do with other cryptos, and that's they drop a lot,
right,
every few years. So until Bitcoin stabilizes, not sure how that's going to work out for these countries or its citizens. I mean, the run-ups to it, sure, it might help them out a little bit, right? Say, you're getting paid in Bitcoin, and say you're making, I don't know, $1,000 a month. And again, we're talking about third world countries, so my math's probably way off because I don't know what they fucking make down there. I have no idea. But say $1,000 a month, right?
yeah,
And then you get a 10x return on your Bitcoin during 1 to 2 year periods. Okay, cool. Well, it's great if you were working during that time and being paid in that Bitcoin, but what happens when you reach the top of the cycle, you get your paycheck and then it drops 90%, and now you made $100 that month?
right,
That's not really going to help these countries. And if they do manage to get enough countries involved with enough capital and enough people that it stabilizes Bitcoin, there's no more fucking return. It's going
right,
to stay stable. It's going to be stagnant. And it's already starting to look stagnant because of, well, just the sheer weight of it, right? When you take something from 1/10 of a penny to almost $70,000, and you get a guy that spends $1 billion and doesn't even fucking move the price. Like realistically, fucking what did El Salvador buy? I think they bought like
I don't know,
$20
but I'm
million
sure they're wrecked
worth of
now.
Bitcoin. Well,
I
yes,
don't
okay.
know.
So they bought Bitcoin at between $45,000 and $50,000. Okay, so let's just say 50K for even math. Okay, now they're down 70% on that. Right, so their $20 million is now worth $6 million. Do you think that helped anybody in that fucking country?
No,
And don't get me wrong, I'm not shitting on El Salvador. I understand the thought process behind it. I just don't think they understand this shit in the same way that the guys who follow it every fucking day, who live and breathe it, right?
right,
And
right.
and most people don't even know what DeFi is because either they're too busy, they're too stupid, or they just don't fucking care. And it's an unfortunate truth, but it is what it is.
All right. Well, I think you answered my question.
I hope I helped, and I didn't just sound like a dick, dude.
No, no, no. You did. You did. But either way, yeah, no, you did. I just, I don't know. I think there's some concerns with some of this stuff kind of crash in and stuff that look like a stable coin that's not really. And again, I didn't want to, obviously put my money, because obviously I think that the bottom is further, especially with some new inflation numbers that have been just put out, and not knowing what the Fed's going to do, whether they're going to, either way they're screwed, whether they print or jack interest rates up. So it's not going to work out. So obviously there's more to this bottom. So that the idea is, if I could just park it for a second and not fiat, like, again, I know that, I know not to leave anything on Coinbase, but I didn't know if there's another way to do it, but it sounds like USDC is the most stable of the stable coins.
It's the most trusted, in my opinion, but at the end of the day, I mean, realistically, it's just a blockchain version of garbage fiat, right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, there's still admin keys. if say there's a court order against you because I don't know, your wife leaves you and you owe her money or something, right? If there was a court order issued to USDC, I can't remember the name of the fucking company. They could freeze your assets. They can activate their admin keys and just say your coins are no longer worth anything, and you can't buy or trade with them. So
Gotcha.
you still have to accept that risk, but as far as I'm aware, they're not fractionally reserved. I believe they are held 1-to-1, and they are actually redeemable for US dollars 1-to-1.
Gotcha. All right. Well, all right. Well, one last question for you because you seem to be knowledgeable and what do you think? What's your opinion or your thoughts on the government's play on a Fed coin and what that would look like?
It's very similar to RH's. I think it's a big laughable joke. They're just trying to do it to gain more control over us and relinquish our ability to privacy. And with the big push with this COVID nonsense, right? They've been really pushing to remove cash. There's very few people I know that actually hold cash these days, and what that's going to inevitably do is push people towards more anonymous shit. I'm hoping that things like Tornado Cash or HEXnado or Hurricash or any of these Monero, right? I'm not supposed to mention altcoins here, but we're talking privacy, so I'm hoping that's okay. But I think it's going to push towards that. And then, one of the things that RH pointed out that made me really laugh and also made me look at it in a different light is his comparison to a CBDC being on the same level as letting your wife hang out with supermodels all day. Eventually one of them is going to get to bang your wife because you're letting it happen. So if you end up having all of your citizens' money on the blockchain and having them interchangeable with these things that have absolutely life-changing gains. And every bull run, the word spreads more and more because people start to see it. I've got friends that made millions of fucking dollars in this last bull run, right? And I can name 10 other people in my life that have told me, yeah, I had a guy come into work and quit because he made like $10 million on whatever shitcoin and he sold and yeah, he's done. The more that happens, the more it will spread. And I think it's actually a better thing if the banks collude with the governments and create these CBDCs because it's going to get more people onto the crypto boat, especially if they're interchangeable. Oh my God.
Right. All right. Well, hey man, I appreciate you talking to me and giving me your thoughts and yeah, I appreciate everything.
No problem, dude. You have a great night.
Yeah, man. See ya.
See, now that was fun. Somebody to actually talk to, right? Anybody else wants to join in on the chat, not make this place so fucking dead, you will make me very happy. Like, it doesn't even have to be questions. We can just talk about random bullshit in this space that makes us happy. I'm cool with that too. All right. Well, what are your guys' thoughts, if anybody's even going to answer me at this point, on whales only fractal talk with Hex? Being as the first fractal was a 128x and the second was a 256, the next fractal would be a 512x mathematically if the pattern follows. If we see that, we would see upwards of $52 Hex.
I had a question. If I was trying to understand the ways Pulse price can go up, is it mainly the use of Pulse to pay fees, and how does the fact that fees are so low can that be a detriment to the rise of the price? And I'm sure there's other things I'm not thinking about, maybe fee burning as well.
So the main thing that's going to make the pulse price go up is going to be more buyers and sellers, just like anything else. Will the fee burning contribute? Yeah, over time. But when the blockchain starts, it's going to launch empty, right? Not empty. It's going to have system state, but I mean, the blocks aren't going to be full, meaning there aren't going to be tons and tons and tons of transactions. Or maybe there will be. I don't fucking know. I'm just guessing that the blocks aren't going to be full because our throughput's much faster. And RH said that if he wanted, I mean, he could increase throughput up to 40x what Ethereum's is. And Ethereum's blocks took, 3 years to fill the first time in the first bull run. And even then, the fees were more expensive on Bitcoin than they were Ethereum. It wasn't until the last bull run that Ethereum's fees overtook Bitcoin's. So I don't think the fee burning is going to be any kind of a detriment, or not. Sorry, not the fee burning being a detriment. The low fees being a detriment. If anything, that's positive, right? Because even in the bear market, you go to do a swap, you're paying $5, right? I mean that fucking sucks. I don't pay $5 when I use my Visa or my MasterCard, right? So it's still not good, and that's in a bear market. So unless they fix this problem by the next bull run, enough people are going to hear about Pulsechain just via their free airdrop and the fact that it never goes away. So word will spread about that, and then lower fees. So even when the blocks do fill up, our fees still will be relatively cheap until the price of Pulse skyrockets. Will it actually get expensive? And by that point, anybody interested at this point is ridiculously rich, and it doesn't matter to them.
Thanks for the answer. Yes. So I guess the low fees are actually a good thing. Basically, it brings more buyers and sellers, which obviously affects the price.
Well, absolutely. It encourages people to use the network and dare I say it, to trade. Even though I disagree with trading, I can say I learned my lesson the hard way in the last bull run, and I mean I spent over 5,000 US dollars just on trading fees, like in Ethereum using Uniswap and 1inch. So I don't trade anymore. but it's going to encourage those degens to come over here. And those degens are what really pump our price. But hey, thanks for actually asking the question and keeping this room somewhat vibrant. You're the only person to talk to me here for the time that I've been here. So
Yeah, no problem. Well, I appreciate you answering that. But yeah, I see as Ethereum fees go up, it only makes the miners richer. It doesn't really bring. It really doesn't affect the price of Ethereum. If anything, it makes it less in demand and go down.
absolutely, right? Well, yes and no. So it does slightly increase the demand by users like myself, right? So I have several 15.2-year stakes in HEX, right? I need a bare minimum of 1 to 2 Ethereum just to end those stakes. So right off the top, Ethereum has made me a buyer and a holder for a very long time. But most Ethereum users are not HEX users. Most are not thinking about 15 years in the future, right? Most are speculators and traders. Now, the traders, they might be smart enough to experience the same thing that I did and say, fuck it, I'm going to load up on Ethereum in the bear market so that I can pay for my fees in the future for cheaper, right? Because the way I like to explain it is, so say we get to the end of the 15-year stake and I owe my 2 Ethereum that I have to pay. Well, if I'm looking at, call it $100,000 Ethereum, right? Do I want to pay 200 grand to end a stake then? Or do I want to wait until it's between $400 and $750, buy it now and sit on it, right? I pay $1,500 at most for it now per stake. And then when everybody else is crying that, oh man, it's going to cost me a house, which, I mean, 15 years, that will not buy you a house. It's going to be laughable. You're going to be able to buy a fucking apartment with that. But the point is, would you rather pay 200 grand or would you rather pay 1,500 bucks? And I mean, it's a brain dead easy answer. So
That makes sense. Yeah, buying it when it's low to pay for fees in 15 years. How, how do you come up with knowing that you're gonna have to pay 1 or 2 full ETH? I mean, that sounds like a lot of fees for one stake.
well,
And
right now it's an estimate, but it's based on the current fees that the S-load function uses within Ethereum. And at a 15.2-year span, I believe you're using the entire block for Ethereum. So you basically have to pay for one whole block to get mined. Now, whether or not they fix that in the future, I mean, I fucking hope so, because I don't want to pay 2 Ethereum to end a stake. I got a bunch of them, right? It's gonna piss me right off. But I want to be prepared for when it happens, regardless. So there are calculators. If you go on either the hex.com, Hex Trading, or Hex Pro Telegram chats, I believe if you ask nicely, someone would provide you access to the tools. Most of them are just on websites that I've looked at.
okay, thank you.
No problem. Are you currently watching the T-share per hex amount?
Um, I feel like that's the big blind spot of mine in waiting for X price to go down. I'm sacrificing the T-share price, right? So, but no, I haven't been paying attention.
Hey, that's fair, man. So you can keep waiting for it to go down, but personally, I don't recommend that purely because Hex has decorrelated from the market before, and we don't know if that's going to happen again, right? I mean, realistically, it takes one guy to come in and 2x the price, 3x the price. So I don't like waiting for bottoms because I'm not smart enough to know where the fucking bottom is. I'm not saying I'm a dumb guy by any means, right? Like, not to toot my own horn, but I like to think I have half a clue of what's going on in the market. There's just so many unpredictable things that can happen that give me enough doubt that I don't time bottoms. I dollar cost average in, and I think I stopped buying. My last buy for Hex was at 20 cents. And then I waited because it seemed like it was running up a little bit too fast. And at the time, you didn't want to say that because you got banned from channels and you got in a lot of trouble. But it's like any parabola, right? I mean, on Bitcoin's first insane run up that it did there, right? It dumped like the fuck was it, like 98% or something. It was a huge dump. So I stopped buying at 20 cents, and then when it hit 20 cents again, I just started dollar cost averaging in, right? So on the run up, I bought at, was it 7 cents, 12 cents, 20 cents. And then on the come down, I bought at 20 cents, 10 cents, 5 cents. And now I've been dollar cost averaging in anytime that I get money with $1,000 on the sidelines in case a black swan event happens, right? Say we dip under a penny, you bet your ass I'm going to have money ready to go for that. But is it going to happen? Like I said, I don't know. There's too many unpredictable things at play, right? When we saw God Whale 2x that fucking candle, and it never came back down there. That was incredible, right? And I should at least explain where I've been for the Hex run so you understand where I'm coming from. I free claimed my Hex back in 2019 when I had my first Bitcoin. I didn't buy Hex because I bought into all the Furu's nonsense, and I learned the hard way on that. Because had I put one paycheck into it, at the top it would have been worth $80 million because I stake all my shit.
Wow.
So that hurt. That hurt because I'm still working a day job, man. I'm a pipeliner. I work 12 hours a fucking day, 7 days a week. So $80 million would have done me a lot of good. But I learned my lesson and I've been watching it as it's been going. So I can't tell you where we're going to. I can't tell you where the bottom is. But I can tell you at a 93% dip when we haven't seen something like this since Big Payday, it's a great time to start dollar cost averaging in, right? Even if we go to a penny, even if we go sub a penny, which again I fucking highly doubt. But again, I don't know, right? Maybe somebody comes along with 100 million, 200 million hex, and I don't know. Maybe they get mad at Richard because he buys the wrong chest purse. Like I have no fucking idea what these people are thinking. Then at least be prepared for that, but don't sit around and wait for a bottom because you're going to keep telling yourself, well, it's going to go lower and it's going to go lower and it's going to go lower. And then maybe at the snap of a finger, we decorrelate and we start going up. And then you missed your chance for the bottom.
Yeah.
Do you know how limit orders work on DEXs? Have you played with those yet?
Yes, I think that's available on 1inch, right?
1inch and matcha. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, if you think it's going to go lower, gas fees are so cheap right now. It's realistically, it's worth your time just to set a limit order and just let it sit. Right? If you think we're going to go to a penny or lower, go set a limit order. It'll cost you, I think, like $3.
And so would you say Hex is very illiquid and that's why the price jumps so much? And does the price jump mainly because of a few whales or a bunch of different wallets?
That all depends. So sometimes it's caused by one wallet, sometimes it's caused by many. I've seen it a lot where one wallet comes in, gets a big stake and cashes out, and the majority of those that I've seen are Bitcoin free claimers. Right? They claim their free shit, their shit comes to an end, and they just dump it all. And that typically hurts the price because they got such a good share rate at the beginning, right? Now, the good thing is those people will never get that rate again. And if they dump all their bags, good. I would rather you dump your bag at 10 cents, at 5 cents, and 3 cents, or 1 cent even, than you ever have the possibility of selling at $1, at $5, $10, $100. Because if you're that stupid, I don't want you to murder the price further down the line.
Right, the selling pressure goes away for the future.
Goes into stronger hands. Now, people that buy at 3 cents, are there going to be a ton of sellers at $1, at $5, at $10? Yeah, you fucking bet. Now, how many of them are going to make it to $100? I don't think it's going to be that many, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so much talk of Hex going down to a penny, that tells me it won't go to a penny. Uh, with everything I'm not a trader. I don't know much, but I know that usually a bet against the consensus is typically a better bet.
To a degree, right? So when everybody was saying 100K, right, you were more right to say, no, we're going to dump, right? Just like Richard did. He did it based on a lot different analysis, right? With Bitcoin falling out of the parabola and everything else. But when you see general consensus, it can change, right? So nobody said we would go under 10 cents, right? Well, now we're under 10 cents. Now everybody's saying no, well, okay, a lot of people are saying we're going to go under a penny. But when you have whales that front run this shit, I think it's going to be different because, like, at the top there, right, when it was between 40 and 56 cents, everybody was saying Hex is going to $1. Well, what happened? The whales front run everybody, right? 56 cents was the top. That was it. Bye bye. Down from there. Now everybody's saying we're going under a penny.
When you see the
Do
whales
whales
front,
want well, that's what I mean. Do the whales want the plebs to get more? Right? The general consensus, the plebs, do the whales want them to have more? No, because they play whale games. That's why they're fucking whales. They're smart and rich for a reason. So when I hear everybody saying we're going under a penny, I agree that it's probably bullshit, but all it takes is one retard. Just one. One retard to come in on a bad day and say dump 200 million hex. Right? Because what's 200 million hex worth at 3 cents, right? So let's do 200 million. Okay, never mind. That wouldn't even work because maybe it would work. I'd have to actually do the math for X times Y equals K for the Uniswap pair. But if somebody came in and dumped 200 million worth right now, they would only get $6 million. And I believe there's somewhere between 10 and $20 million in liquidity in the pair right now. But I haven't looked in a while, so don't quote me on that. But my point is, all it takes is one dumbass with a big bag to come in and fuck everybody over on what they were thinking in both directions, right? Say you get somebody that comes in with a fucking, I don't know, $10 million buy. Now, do I think anybody with that much money is stupid enough to go and market buy $10 million? There might be a couple, but there's not that many. So basically what I'm saying is I have no idea what's going to fucking happen, but anything can happen.
And you recommend a limit order to catch that wick, because it may very well just be a quick wick down, right?
No, I recommend dollar cost averaging in because I don't know where the bottom is. From what you were saying though, and you were saying you wanted to wait for it to go lower because you thought it would go lower, then I think a limit order would be a good position for you to take, right?
Got it.
But personally, I mean, as soon as I get my paycheck, it's as much money as I can afford to spare before I pay my bills, before I pay anybody, into HEX. Into HEX, into my ledger, and then as soon as I'm home, I stake it. So.
How does the limit order work if you wanted to buy HEX with ETH? Because obviously ETH changes in price as well. I can understand it with a stable coin, but how does it work with ETH?
Well, it works in the same way. It's just units, right? So if you set a limit order for 1,000 USDC to buy HEX with it, when HEX goes to whatever price it's at, it's going to make that buy, right? If you set it to buy 1 Ethereum worth at whatever price HEX goes to, it's going to buy 1 Ethereum's worth, regardless of what Ethereum's price is. So if you really want to get the best bang for your buck, you're going to set that limit order in USDC, which is HEX's primary trading pair anyways. So I don't get me wrong. I don't think that you're going to be setting a limit order big enough. And even if you did, it's a limit order. So it's actually not going to affect the price. You're going to pay the exact price you want. But even if you were to go market buy, unless you're doing, $1 million+ buy, I don't think you're going to affect the price that much.
Okay. I
All right, man.
appreciate you.
Oh, dude, anytime. I'm happy to have somebody to actually chat with about this, right? Most of my friends and family get sick of talking about finance and shit, especially when most of them are down. But you try and convince them, like, no, like, listen, this is the time to buy. Because when I tell them about the gains that I made, they always raise their eyebrows, and that's what gets them interested. And when I made my first purchases, Ethereum was at $95 in the bear market. Like, I basically bought the bottom of the bear market for almost all of my coins, and then I rode them up damn near to all-time highs. Like, I sold my Bitcoin at 59,000. I sold my Ethereum at 36 and 3,900. And I'm not going to mention the other coins. Bitcoin and Ethereum are okay to talk about here, but I don't promote other shit coins on this platform. But needless to say, I sold most of them damn near the top, and there were only some that I actually wound up buying the top of, and that was of greed. So when you're trying to talk to people when they're this far down, I found it helps to really point out, like, listen, this is the time to buy, right? When you see a 93% or more dump, like, this is when you fucking buy, man, period.
Well, what's interesting is this talk of a bear market lasting several years, yet there's also another parallel conversation of money printing continuing back up in 2 months. So it's like, are we going to have a bear market or an extended bear market or not?
I don't know why we would have an extended bear market. I mean, you could say that, yeah, we see rate hikes and everything else, the dollar strengthening and everything else, but to me it looks like the dollar's nearing a top, and I think it might come down, and if they print more money, it's definitely going to come down. But not even that, excluding all other bullshit, what makes crypto go up and what makes crypto go down? Well, what makes crypto go up? Well, people buy because price goes up. People love buying green candles. They love it. I don't know why, but they do. And people love selling red candles, right? It's purely reflexive and purely based on emotion. So, do we see an extended bear market? I don't think so, because eventually we're going to run out of sellers. And what happens when we run out of sellers? Well, then we only have buyers, right? At least at a certain price level. And then we go up from there. It's literally how all markets work. So,
Right.
yeah, the only reason I see an extended bear market is if we suddenly have an extended period of sellers versus buyers, which I don't see it being the case, man. Like, once we do hit those true levels of like minus 85% plus, we just keep dumping. That's why I say with Hex being 93% down, it's like, holy fuck, man, that's pretty far down. Do we go farther? Now, like you said earlier, right, you expect Bitcoin to go from 20K to 11K, right? Because that goes from a 70% dump to an 83% dump, I think. That might be wrong on that, but I think it's like 10.5 is 85%, but whatever. So if we still think there's more room down, then we're going to project more sellers. And even you were just talking about selling your Bitcoin to try and grab the bottom. So I still think we have more selling to go. I just don't know if that selling is in Hex.
Because of the decorrelation you think might be there.
It's not even decorrelation. It's Hex does things faster than everything else, right? Like,
Plus, you have the whole thing Richard Hart talks about is the Hart's law, the bonding of price, the price being a reflection of the liquidity pair bonding. So you don't, maybe in that way, it's not so correlated to the rest of the crypto market. It's more correlated. I guess the biggest pair is USDC. I'm still trying to wrap my head around on that.
no, and that's correct, right? So the biggest pair on Hex is USDC. The second biggest pair is Ethereum, or I guess technically wrapped Ethereum, because you can't trade Ethereum on Uniswap, but right, it's ETH.
Yeah.
So Bitcoin's biggest pairing is Ethereum, right? On all the centralized exchanges order books, Bitcoin and Ethereum are the two biggest, the most liquidity, right? Those two are paired together. So if we see Bitcoin dump, we're going to see Ethereum dump. And if we see Ethereum dump, we will probably see Hex dump a little bit, depending on the circumstance. So Hex could dump with Ethereum because it's bonded by its liquidity in the ETH pairing. But if, say, the people that are fleeing Ethereum, right? Because, say, people sell their Bitcoin for Ethereum because they think Ethereum is better, which at this point, I don't know why they would. It makes sense why you'd create a cycle top at that point, but now I don't see it. So now, say you see people selling their Ethereum into USDC, okay? And you get a couple of guys that have big bags that turn around and start buying up Hex with it because they believe that's the better place to put their money. Well, if you have more buyers in Hex than you have for a negative externality based on Hart's law with the ETH versus Hex pair, then Hex is going to go up more, which in my books would, make it the shining city on the hill, right? If you're going on any website and you're seeing all this other garbage dump and Hex is pumping and it does break correlation, like we talked about, well, then it brings more people in, right? Because then people will dump their Ethereum and their Bitcoin for Hex, and that will create the reflexive market.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I can follow that reasoning.
And it's all circumstantial, right? Say Bitcoin dumps, Ethereum dumps because Bitcoin's dumping, and because people are dumping their Ethereum because Bitcoin's dumping. And then at the same time, Hex isn't dumping. Okay, say it's remaining stagnant, and you have some big buyers that have come in at current price levels, but all their other bags are shitting the bed. Well, typically, when investors have their other bags failing and they have a bag that's either stagnant or rising, then they dump that asset to balance out their books for their losses on their other assets. So maybe we see Hex dump because of that. Again, like, none of this is a fucking prediction. I'm literally just throwing out scenarios and saying these things could happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't mean to cause more confusion, and I hope I'm answering more questions than I'm creating. I'm just trying to give you my honest input about the subject and not give any falsehoods.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We could get into the weeds, but I at the end of the day, the strategy that tends to be successful is the dollar cost averaging, right?
Well, to a degree, right? The guys that dollar cost average into the top, are probably going to tell you that maybe it didn't work out so well. But if you dollar cost average on the way down, right, and then you dollar cost out on the way up, I think that's an effective strategy if you want to trade the market. But I think the people that make the most money in these markets are the guys that understand that we dump insane amounts every few years, and that when we see parabolic rises, not to buy into green candles and FOMO like retards, and hold for a very long period of time, right? Like, so for example, my first major Hex profit will not be for another 7.5 years.
So that's your next stake. Is it 7 years?
That's my first big stake. It's when my first big stake comes out, because I know that holding is the most important thing. And anybody that held their Bitcoin from 2013 and onwards, even at current levels at $20,000, is probably jumping for fucking joy.
Like the Mt. Gox people, right? The ones who are getting their coins from Mt. Gox. They're probably at that.
Exactly. And that's a good reason why Bitcoin can dump, right? If you had some asshole holding your money for 10 years and you know it's now worth, I mean, what was Bitcoin worth in the bear market of 2014, 2013? I think it was like maybe $200. So yeah, I mean, that's 100x your money right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, and back then, you know, Bitcoin was a lot cheaper, right? So you say you had anybody that had 10, 20, 50, 100 Bitcoin, and they've now 100x their return. Oh, they are just fucking itching to sell it. I would be.
Yeah, that makes sense. That would be a big gain. At the end of the day, that if every one of those people sold, it wouldn't really crash Bitcoin much, right? It's not that much of a.
Well, if it was any one people, maybe, but the fact that I believe the lawsuits have forced the direct sale of the Bitcoin, I'm not sure if the people who are suing Mt. Gox, I don't even know if they're allowed to take back their Bitcoin as property. I think it may have to be market sold. Again, don't quote me on that. I'm not up to date on the lawsuit, but I think that may be part of it. So, somebody wants their money from Mt. Gox, maybe they have to fucking sell it in order to get their fiat gains instead of getting a Bitcoin.
Right. Okay. Yeah, the fact that Hex has dropped so much, over 90%, kind of builds confidence in buying now. Shouldn't drop too much
Well,
more. So.
to people who are smart, yes, right? Like if everything that I just told you, right, with all the dumps and everything else and what could potentially happen, and you're now starting to think, hey, maybe I should buy, I'm going to tell you that you're one of the odd ducks, and that's a good thing, right? Because a lot of the people that I talk to now, when I'm like, look, this is what history shows, this is where we're at, this is why I think you should buy, they still raise their eyebrows at me. And they're like, you want to buy an asset that's 93% down? Are you fucking retarded? Because they don't see these things in the same way that we do.
Yeah, I don't know if you have to go through an entire bear market and bull market to learn these things.
I don't think you need to go through one, but I think you need to see it and understand it, right? So when I first learned about Bitcoin was in 2013. I learned about Bitcoin when it was $250 and when it ran up, right? And I remember talking to my dad about it and saying, man, maybe we should buy some, but, it's $650 now. I think it ran up a lot. We might have missed our chance. And we didn't buy it. The only reason I found out about it was because one of my buddies in school at the time figured out how the Silk Road worked and within a week became the biggest drug dealer in our town. He beat out everyone, including the fucking biker gangs, and we were in middle school. So that was my first taste of Bitcoin, and that's when I started paying attention to it. So I've never experienced a full bear market myself. As I said, I got into crypto in 2019 at the heart of the bear. So I got to experience the bull, and this is my first bear, but I've been watching it carefully since all of that has happened. And I have learned very much in the last 9 years. So if people can take a crash course on it and see the things that I've learned, I don't think they need to experience it. I think they just need to understand it.
Right. There's a lot more information now about the whole space than if there was way back then. And you hear all these different points of
Then it
view.
was a nightmare to buy it. That's why I didn't buy any. I was talking to my buddy. I'm like, man, where do you get this? And he's like, eBay. I'm like, the fuck? What do you mean I buy it from eBay? He's like, yeah, it's kind of weird and it's kind of hard, but I mean, you can do it. You just go to like buy some gift cards and then you can trade them. It's like, dude, fuck off. I'm not doing this, but I started watching it.
Yeah. No, I wasn't around during the beginning days when those prices of $3 and $10, and but then I always wondered, like, how do people even buy it back then when it was that price? There was no real market there that to mine it. Well, if I ask you one more question, I don't know if you have to go or if you want to take up your time.
Yeah, no, by all means.
Um, there's one thing that Wales talks about on his channel about not paying attention to the US dollar price of hex. Like that price doesn't
Recent
matter.
video.
And yeah, he talks about it. Maybe it's related to the fact. Maybe he's talking about the concept of a unit of account. Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around not valuing something based on the dollar price of it versus maybe he's saying that the dollar's role as a unit of account is dying, and so Hex may replace it as a unit of account in the long run. So maybe we need to look far
I
ahead.
don't know necessarily if he was talking about Hex replacing it in the long run, but I do understand what he is saying, right? So if you value something only in one thing, you may be disheartened or have the wrong information when that thing then goes up or down, right? It should be viewed as a commodity, period, right? So the way he explained it as, what's a barrel of crude oil versus gold or versus fucking soybeans, anything like that, right? And that rang clear to me because I watched commodities outpace all of my national currency. If I would have held soybeans versus my dollar during the 2019 to 2021 run, I would have done better in literally anything. And soybeans is my example for that because yeah, I would have like almost doubled my money. Now, I'm not a US citizen. I'm not going to say where I'm from. I try not to dox myself too much, but what he is saying is don't look at things in US dollars for value because that value can quickly be dissipated, right? It's better to look at it as the units of account can be changed at any time for anything. So it's good to look at these things from multiple standpoints, right? Like, and I think when he compared it between the US dollar, the yen, and then crude oil and gold, right? So he gave you four different outlooks on that. The charts all looked similar, but at the same time, it didn't matter what commodity you were looking at, right? So don't be too worried about US dollar gains. Be more worried that can I trade this for other commodities? Because say the US dollar loses its hegemony status, which I mean, if you read oh, what the fuck is Ray Dalio's new book, The Changing World Order? Right,
That's what
it
I.
gives a lot of reasons to why the US is going to lose its hegemony status. And unfortunately, I think China may be the one to pick up and take its place. And that fucking sucks. I don't want it to happen, but it's looking like that's what might happen. So at that point, if you're just worried about US dollars, then you might be left behind in the race, or you might be confused on why things are going differently for you versus other currencies, right? So say you're only looking at US dollars, and then the US dollar goes the same way as the Great British Pound, right? So now instead of $100 for a barrel of crude, you're looking at $1,000 for a barrel of crude. But at the end of the day, a barrel of crude is still worth the same amount for gold as it was a a year ago, say, or not even a year ago. So say the price of gold is $2,000, and the shit. Am I still going here? Oh yeah, I am. Sorry, my phone dropped out,
No, no,
and
it's
I
okay.
thought I might have
I'm
lost it.
hearing you. I think what
Perfect.
you're saying is you know there's things that you can value in the world that are more real than fiat. So like real physical things like
Well, that's
real
it. And
estate.
just look at it from more than one aspect, right? Because if you're just looking at it from US dollars and the US dollar starts to just fucking die like most other fiats, but everything else is staying the same in terms of the rest of the world, then you're going to be wondering why your numbers are all fucked up because you're looking at the picture wrong, right?
I think I'm following you. Yeah, I mean, because even if the dollar price goes up, it's not necessarily more valuable against something else that's more real, like crude or oil.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
If you
it's
look at the charts he was showing, right? He was saying, yeah, look, the US dollar is going up, but then here, let's look at crude. So this is the US dollar compared to crude. Okay, here's the chart. Now let's look at or let's look at crude compared to gold. Oh, look, it looks like the same chart. Okay, now let's look at crude oil versus fucking soybeans. And oh, look, it's the same chart. It's a commodity against a commodity. So you don't need to look at it from just US dollar terms. There's a broad aspect of things you can look at it from. So if one thing starts to look fishy, you can change your perspective, right? And look at a different commodity value versus it, and then see if what you're thinking is correct, while everybody else is just going to be looking at the US dollar chart and confused as all fuck.
is it even possible to look at hex against a commodity? Is there
Yeah,
is
you
there
can create
information?
your own trading pairs on TradingView. I personally haven't fucked around with it too much because typically when I'm looking at Hex, I'm looking at US dollar, Ethereum, or Bitcoin. And I compare it to those three, right? Because Bitcoin and Ethereum are kind of my outliers, while the US dollar is just standard. I've never looked at Hex compared to crude oil or soybeans. But now I'm actually kind of curious, so I'm gonna figure out how to make my own charts on TradingView. But I know you can.
But you more frequently look at it against Ether or Bitcoin, right? To see its performance against them. Would they be more of a
Right, because they're related commodities, and they're also the commodities that have done the most value in the shortest period of time out of all of human history. So, realistically, in my books, how Hex is performing versus Bitcoin or Ethereum is more important than how Hex is doing against the US dollar, if that makes sense.
that makes sense. Yeah. I did look at the Hex BTC chart the other day and I noticed in the long run Hex was making lower highs. I don't know if you've noticed that or if I was looking at it wrong. or if that even matters.
Well, I guess it depends on where you bought in, right? So Hex didn't reach its newest all-time high until after Bitcoin started dumping. But now that Bitcoin started dumping, Hex has dumped after that. So if you're looking at that chart, yeah, it would make lower highs and it would look as in a bearish trend. But I think the biggest thing to look at is how many satoshis is one hex worth now? Because I remember back in the day when it wasn't even worth one satoshi, right? You had to look at the Ethereum pair to see what its true value was, because no one was trading the Bitcoin pair because it wasn't worth it, right? You were getting ripped off if you were trading your hex for satoshis.
Because there wasn't much volume on.
There wasn't much volume. The value wasn't there, right? Hex wasn't worth what it is today because it wasn't understood. It was still super speculative. It had no time in the market, right? Like, the longer something is in play, the more value it's most likely going to have, and the more likely it will be to continue having value in the future.
I've heard
I
that,
can't remember what fucking law that is, but it's one of the fucking laws. The longer something is around, the higher the chance that it will continue to remain around is.
Yeah, the longer it hasn't been killed by anything, the stronger it is, right? Or the more resilient
Right, like,
it is.
that's especially true with stocks, right? With companies, because what is it? Like 9 out of 10 businesses will fail within the first 10 years, and then 9 out of 10 of those businesses that succeed will fail in the next 10 years. So realistically, it's like 1%, I believe, of businesses will actually make it past the 10 or the 15-year mark.
Yeah, the fact that Hex has even risen so high against Bitcoin multiple times. Yeah, I see these huge spikes on the chart. Whereas if you compare Bitcoin to any other alt coin, I mean, most altcoins just have one pump and then they just die forever. So that's something to be said for that.
Well, absolutely, and that comes down to product market fit, right? So cryptocurrencies are fueled by speculators, period, right? People love buying green candles. Like I said, they love to FOMO in. They love to keep pushing the price up, right? That's why people that buy in the bear market or at launch can make so much fucking money, because all the speculators come in behind them and just keep pushing it up and up and up and up. Now, when the speculators come in and start pushing the price down because of fear, the only things that are going to survive are the things that have product market fit that people actually give a shit about, right? So, Ethereum, major blockchain, people gave a shit about it, right? Bitcoin, first crypto, had its major use case. People could, buy and transact things with it. And originally it was, illegal drugs and services. And then it just, kept expanding from there and, lost its currency value, became store of value. And either way, we're still seeing the reflexive market on it, right? But shit like rug pulls, Ponzi's, or just coins that have zero purpose, there's no reason for them to pump again after they die. And there are meme coins, which some, like, I'm not going to name, that are, promoted by Elon Musk, that still has product market fit, right? It's a fucking meme. People love it. They think it's funny, right? I personally, I didn't get it in the last bull run. I wish I would have, but I'll tell you, there's one other one that I'm looking at now that it's like, hey, if people are stupid enough to buy it, I'll wait until almost all the sellers are gone and I'll fucking scoop some up.
Yeah, meme coins are outside of my expertise. I'm barely able to handle Bitcoin.
Easiest way to look at it is most people are fucking stupid, right? So, do what stupid does. The easiest way I can put it without going further into detail and naming shitcoins that I'm not allowed to here.
Let me ask you, Hex doesn't have a threat of copycats? I mean, I've tried to search for competitors, and I ran across a few, and I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say their names, but
No, don't say their names. But
yeah,
almost all of them went continuously down in price, right? I haven't seen one that's gone really up in price.
No, I agree. And you look at their communities; they're much smaller.
They're much smaller and they don't have the same cult-like following. And that's where the product market fit comes in. So when people say that Hex is a cult, I almost agree with them. Not that we're like an actual cult and that we're all going to sit down and drink the fucking Kool-Aid together, but we all believe in the same thing and that we're pushing for the same thing. We have a cult-like following. It was the same thing that Bitcoin had back in 2013. It was a whole bunch of libertarians and fucking, like, what, I don't know what you want to call them, like cyber anarchists, like cypherpunks. It was people who all held the same beliefs and honestly thought there was something truly fucked up and wrong with the world. And as far as I see it, Hexicans are in the same boat. We see how fucked the world is around us, and we want to try and fix it and change it. This is the closest thing I've found to early days Bitcoin out of anything else I've ever found in the crypto markets.
What is?
Hex. I think Hex is the closest cult-like following in crypto than that we have seen since the early days of Bitcoin with the libertarians, cypherpunks, and anarchists. We see something wrong with the fucking
I
world,
wouldn't call it a
right?
cult. I wouldn't call it a cult.
The
But
idea, a cult-like following, is the way I said it, because I said we're not like a cult. We're not sitting down and drinking the fucking Kool-Aid together, but we all have similar beliefs and we see the problems with the world and we're trying to fix it.
I agree. I agree. I just don't like that word cult. It'll turn people away. If people come onto the chat and want to learn, I think cult's not a smart thing. But other than that, I agree with you.
No, and listen, I agree with you, but so you think of Star Wars in the 70s, okay? What would you describe that as for its fan base? It was a cult-like following. It wasn't a cult, right? Just like Dungeons and Dragons wasn't a cult, but it was a cult-like following. They mean two different things while the word is still present in both. If you can tell me a better way to phrase it, I'm happy to change my language, but that is the best way I know to explain it.
They're good.
I guess you could say a real cult, people don't have the ability to think independently.
Well, you deviate and you're ostracized.
Follow. Right.
I mean, Jesus Christ, look at Scientology, for example. You know, you say something bad about Scientology and they sue your ass. So
I don't believe in any of that crap. I think the best you can do is not even bring up cult to begin with. Period.
no, and I'm agreeing. That's my point, though, right?
Do you own Hex, bro? I'm sure you do.
I'm sorry, are you asking me or Sebastian?
Do you own Hex?
Yes, I was a free claimer. I got my Hex on day 3 of its launch.
Really? And it took you 6 months or a year to get into this chat? Come on, brother. You kidding me? Are you serious?
Dude, I've been in this chat since there was like 2,000 members. I work 12 hours a day and I don't have time. Right now, my family is busy and I'm drunk sitting in a hotel room. So I talk to my second family, which is you guys. Right? If I'm not here, I'm in HEXradio. You can find me there lots.
Amen. Good for you, bro. I'm in the chat for like a year, and and uh and I've been so blessed to meet Papa Boner and Walrus and Profex and freaking Pepe and Identity and all these freaking guys. But I've never seen you in here before. That's one reason why I asked.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm not a big voice chat guy. I'm really not. I typically I sit in hex trading and I like to laugh and just joke around and troll a little bit. The only time I come in here is when I'm either bored or I want to help people. So, if you go and look up my yeah, if you go look up my user on Pulsechain.com, every single like that I've gotten is from sitting on there for hours and hours and hours during the sacrifice phases trying to fucking help noobs. So I mean, like I've been here a lot, but once the sacrifice phases were done, I kind of just made my way into the troll box, and I've been having fun since.
So you obviously sacrificed for Pulsechain and PulseX.
Yeah, I went in fairly heavy Pulse, and I put in everything that I could for PulseX.
Cool. It's good to hear you speaking on here, bro. I've been on the chat, like I said, about a year, and it sucks because when I come in here and I try to speak, and again, I was just a newbie back then, but I've learned a lot from so many different folks on here, and I've tried to come back in and share that information. And whenever I do, it's so quiet. We speak to people, and it's like everybody's like either asleep or they're waking up dead. I don't know, and it kind of pisses me off because we're all trying to get ahead in life, and that's why we're here. And yet people come on the chat, and don't get me wrong, some people don't want to speak. I understand that, but at the same time, the way that I learned was listening to people like you, and that's how I learned, and that's how I could share this information with other people. I've onboarded Crypto Quack, shitload of people, over 100 and some 120, 130 people for a shitload of money. And the reason why is because of the information I learned on here. So to come on here right now and hear you speaking is a blessing.
Well, damn, dude. I mean, your onboarding numbers are better than mine, so I'm super impressed. I think I'm sitting at like 27 right now because most people that, my family, friends, people I talk to, they think I'm a fucking lunatic. Because honestly, I think I overload them with information when I've been trying to tone everything down and, really refine my onboarding, but it's hard because it's something that I really give a shit about, and like one of the few
Yes.
things that I'm passionate about.
Yep. It's tough, bro. You know what I do is the reason why I've onboarded so many people is first of all, I have integrity, and I've made money for a lot of years. I'm 56 years old. On June 29th, I turned 56, and I'm pretty successful financially. So when I speak to people, they kind of listen to me. I ain't no broke dick. I don't live behind my mom's house in a van down by the river. I don't do that. So they know when I speak to them, it's probably some good information. But what I do is I tell them, look, how would you like to have gotten into Bitcoin day one? How would you like to have got into Amazon day one? How would you like to get into Tesla day one or Home Depot, whatever the case may be? And they're like, oh yeah, I mean, I'm very interested. Okay, good. Sign here. And I hook them up with their Coinbase or MetaMask, Coin Yards. So 90% of them got into PulseX because they were too late for Pulsechain. But the other 10%, got into Pulsechain. So yeah, I mean, if you don't, I met a gentleman here. You there?
Yeah, I'm still listening, man.
Okay, I met a gentleman on this chat about 2 months ago, 3 months ago. He goes, "Hey, Jaganator," he goes, "I got to tell you," he goes, "I can't see sitting at Thanksgiving dinner with my friends and family when they lost all their money. And I said, okay, that's a good understanding. But let me ask you this. What if we're right? What if Pulsechain and PulseX goes through the freaking roof in Hex? Could you imagine sitting at that dinner and you never shared that with him? Keep in mind, you only put in what you can afford to lose. So $500, $1,000, whatever the case may be. I would much rather have that conversation where we
So
told them, right?
Just to stress on that though, the amount of money you could put in that you could afford to lose.
Amen. So that's what I told him. I go, look, I would have much rather sit down at Thanksgiving dinner. And he asked me this, Jake and Anna, what do you think? If I'm sitting there at Thanksgiving dinner and I have to sit there with them and they lost their money. I go, well, let's turn the tables for a second. Let's just say that they put their $500 in, again, amount they can afford to lose, whether it's 500 or 20,000, whatever the case would be. And you did not share that with them, but yet you're sitting on 1,000x. Pulsechain came online and you killed it. And now you invested 20 grand and now you're a freaking millionaire, but you never told your family about this. How would you feel then? And he said, dude, you're right.
And that's exactly how I've gotten a lot of my onboards in as well. And the ones that I have onboarded, minus a select few, right? A select few where, okay, you're right, I'll take your advice, but that's it. You know, I'm not interested in learning more. But the other ones, like, and this is going to sound funny, my star pupil for my onboards is my 60-year-old grandfather. And it's great because, you know, I've got guys my age that say, I'm too fucking dumb for this. I can't figure this out. Anything else, right? And I respond to them by saying, well, my grandfather uses fucking DeFi protocols, right? Like, he can do all of this shit. There's no reason you can't when you know how to use your fucking iPhone better than he does.
So true.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Amen.
Yeah, it's really been a blessing having to teach him, because out of all of my buddies and even like my techie friends and shit like that, all the people that I've taught, the person that learned the most and is the most interested and the most dedicated is my fucking grandfather. Like, I would have never predicted this. It's hilarious to me.
That's just like my only onboard. And I sacked for Pulse and Pulsechain, PulseX, I meant. And my only onboard is my mother. And she's in close to her 60s. And everybody else thinks I'm fucking crazy about this too. So I get it, man.
Not good. She's going to be blessed. You're going to be blessed. And she's going to be laughing to the bank. That's what's going to happen, brother. Watch.
Yeah. And everybody in here is going to be like laughing to the bank.
You're right. You're right. If they, I would agree with that. If they follow the direction, but this is the thing, bro. If you have questions, so let's say, for instance, so right now there's 21 people in this chat. If you have questions and you don't ask them, how do you onboard anybody? You don't. I couldn't when I first got on here. I had to learn. You know, so if people they're on the chat that never ask any questions, and they want to get their loved ones into this, yet they don't ask any questions. And I can understand maybe you're not so prominent to speak, whatever the case may be. But at some point, it's like, hold on a second. If I could get my mom and my dad and my brothers and my sisters, my nieces, my nephew, dude, my brother has 6 daughters. They're all into Pulsechain. They all sacrifice for Pulsechain and the PulseX. Why? Because of me. Because I told them, and they believe in me. I'm a man of integrity. I've been there for them from day one, since before they were born. So if you don't ask those questions, and sometimes you can sit back and learn. I understand that. That's how I learned. But at the same time, it's okay to speak up and say, you know what? Hey, quick, Crypto Quick and Uncle B and Low High and all this other stuff, Jakinator, I have a question for you, because I want to onboard to more people. Because what's going to happen is this: if we don't onboard people, but yet we want our bags to pump. So all the people in the chat right now that think their bags are going to pump on Pulsechain and PulseX and HEX without getting the word out, are you freaking kidding me? It's never going to happen. You got to get the word out. I go to the supermarket and I said, hey, how you doing? I'm the checkout line. Have you ever heard of Bitcoin? Yeah. Okay, great. Check out Pulsechain. Check this out. And I give them my card and I let them know. Because if we don't get the word out, how do we think we're going to be loaded? How do we think we're able to bless our family? We have to get the word out. Period. End of story.
It's funny that you say that because I do the same thing when I'm going through drive-throughs and when I'm in bars.
I've done that a few times.
Quack, you never know who you're talking to, bro. You could be talking to a Fortune 500 CEO of a company, and you're
you can be talking to a criminal, right? So it goes both ways on that, and I understand spreading the word and everything, but there also has to be some aspect of safety considered, right? So, I recommend everybody, broadcast what they can and everything, but say you have a giant fucking sacrifice. Say you sacrificed like, I don't know, $1 million+ and you're one of the top fucking 5%. Maybe you don't want to be the guy that's talking about it in a bar.
I disagree. And let me tell you why. Because I could send them my address, and they can never pull nothing out of my account, and you know that. So even if you're a criminal,
they know it's you.
Even if you're a criminal, bro, even if you're a schmuck, they can never take my money ever. Now, if you're ignorant and you keep all your shit on your phone and you don't have a treasurer or ledger, well then yeah. But even a criminal cannot take my money. I'm sure you know that.
Provided you have it stored properly and you won't cave, right? I'm not sure if you know this, but a lot of criminals do have guns, and they're willing to do a lot of horrible things to get what they want. So that was kind of my point is, right, no one can nobody can take it from you because you have your 12 words. And if you have them stored properly, yeah, you're right. But, if somebody really wanted that, right, say it's worth $10 million and you meet the wrong guy, is he willing to rip your fingernails off for it? I'm sure there's people out there that would do that.
That's a different conversation, bro. Way different conversation.
I know, but that's my point to just spouting it in bars, right? Like there's a lot of good reasons to broadcast and everything, but for some people, safety is important. And at that point, well, then you can broadcast on all these social media networks and everything, and you can do it through a pseudonym, right? You don't have to do it with your name. You don't have to do it in public. You don't have to give your Ethereum address, right? You don't need to let these people know exactly how much money you have without spreading the word. So I'm agreeing with you and then disagreeing with you.
Of course, you never want to dox yourself. I agree with that, but we're all ignorant on here if we don't think that our bags going to be pumped by new people that are coming in. We need to get more people in here.
Yeah, 100%.
End of story.
I agree with that. Holy shit, it's actually starting to pump up in here. This is wicked. When I came in, there was like 10 people and no one wanted to talk to me. I'm so happy you guys came in.
It's good to be back in here. I came on here earlier today and I tried to say hello and nobody wanted to say anything, but it's good to hear you speaking as well. God bless you.
Likewise,
I was just gonna say this is the first time I've come in here after like a few weeks, and I'm actually hearing conversation.
MA, I've seen you before, bro.
Yeah, it's been a tough day, man. I mean, it's been a tough year actually, to be honest. A lot's happened in the past 6-7 months. I just got the Celsius death blow news. I had some money there. I had some money in Voyager, and earlier in the year I got scammed too. So it's been a very great fucking year so far.
And mate, you know what sucks right now? It's so awful because as much as we try to be positive with all the crap going on, I agree it sucks, but I got to tell you, and I learned this from Pepe. You know Pepe, right?
Yeah, I've seen him in the chat. Yep.
Okay. So
Shit, boys. I'll
people,
be back in like 20. Sorry, I got to bounce, but I'll be back.
people make money in a bear market and they realize it in a bull market. What I'm saying is this, obviously, if you invest right now, Hex is 3 point something cents. And then there's all kinds of other crazy coins that are going crazy. You invest now and you'll be blessed later. That's the way that it is. Period. End of story. You don't make money when you don't when the bull market is on and exit at 53 cents or 55 cents or $1 at that point. That's not when you make your money. That's when you realize your gains. You pull a little bit of cash out and then you wait. But this is when we make money. So right now that the market is down, you need to buy, bro. I got to tell you, you need to buy. If you buy right now, are you kidding me? I've been buying since freaking the past 6 months, 8 months, buying. And what's going to happen is this: when the bull market comes out, and I think it's going to be in November. I think. Have you heard about the Bitcoin that's going to be released here next month? Have you heard about that, MA?
Have I heard about what now?
The 117,000 Bitcoin that's going to be released that people that got ripped off back in 2014. Have you heard about that?
Oh, you're talking about the Mt. Gox stuff?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's been a rough year, man. I mean, so far. At this point, I mean, I don't know how much worse shit can get. At least for me personally, because all the damage has pretty much been done. I mean, I'm not suicidal or about to go homeless, but man, you can't. The amount of shit that's happened in the past 6 months after like the scam alone, like the shit feeling that it or taste that it left in my mouth. You definitely become, and I've read some people like saying this on Reddit, like you just become numb. Like at some point you just see digits on a screen and it's like a game. It's very gamified, and it's almost like you just get so fucking calloused and numb to this shit that you're like, okay, well, there goes another fucking loss, and I lost some money in the markets back when I was in school, like 08, 09. And it wasn't a crazy amount. I made money at like 4 or 5K, 5, 6K, and I lost it all to options. And I got into crypto December of 2020. Like I knew about Bitcoin, but I didn't have $1 in the market. And I waited until May of 2021 before I even put $1 in, right? So I saw Bitcoin go from like high, whatever, tens of, 18, 19. I saw it go all the way up to 64, and I almost put everything and then some into ETH, only to just see it come down. And that's when I started putting money in. So I dodged that bullet, and I went into it like having done some homework and telling myself, hey, I'm going to be disciplined this time, drawing some lessons from past experience. But then slowly but surely, I fucking got sloppy. I didn't take any profits. I not only came out of this losing money, but then I got even scammed on top of that. So yeah, a lot of very expensive fucking lessons. But yeah, I 100% hear you, and I agree with you that now is the time to buy. Although I personally think it's still a little bit early. I was looking at the charts about a month or so ago, and from what I've seen and the little bit of homework that I did, generally speaking, the bottom is set about, and I say about, a year before the halving. So if you go back and you look at the past two halvings, the next halving is supposed to be in February of 2024, and generally the bottom is set in about a year before that. So we're talking anywhere from late fall, possibly, to about early 2023, which tends to align with a lot of other things in the market.
I disagree.
Well, I mean, you just gave one good reason, amongst many other good reasons, which if you look at for a lot of different coins, you just said, hey, there's going to be 117,000 Bitcoin that's going to be out. So there are a lot of little things, or I shouldn't say little things, but there are a lot of things like that that could possibly set even a lower bar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll see. I don't know. You don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, no one knows. For sure.
But I gotta tell you, bro. I'm on another chat, and which a bunch of brainiacs, whatever you want to call them, and they're pretty much saying the same thing. I think when this 100, well, your math is probably pretty good. Get on your calculator. You have 117,000 Bitcoins times, let's just say 20 grand. How much money is that? Want me to tell you?
I don't know. Do the math. I'm not good with spot math, but I guess let me maybe just say this. The question is, and again, I pose this simply as a question: is it going to have a dent? Sure, but what is the impact of it really going to be? So let's say, is it going to go all of a sudden from and this is a bit of an exaggeration, but let's just say we're pretty much hovering at about the same amount. Let's even say we're at 25K. Okay, between now and November, October, whatever, right?
No. Wait,
Wait,
hold on real quick. Okay. This Bitcoin is going to be given back to the people who got ripped off from 2014 next month. And that's a fact. That's August. So let's go there. Let's not go to November, December. Let's go to August. Let's go to August. So right now, Bitcoin is 19.5. Let's go from there. Keep going.
Oh, okay. I thought for some reason it was later in the fall, but okay, go ahead.
Well, if they're going to drop, so what happened is this, and I don't know if you know, but you something you kind of do. So back in 2014, a shitload of Bitcoin was stolen from people. So now this Bitcoin is given back to them. They bought it at $200 or $300. And in 2019, I want to say they gave 24,000 Bitcoins back to them, and their price dropped like 10 grand. Now, on Bitcoin. Now, in 2022, next month, excuse me, they have 117,000 Bitcoin that's going to be given back to the people that got ripped off. Not 24,000, 117,000. So what I think is this. Now, if you, MA, or myself, invested in Bitcoin back then, and we had that money invested. So let's say you invest, I don't know, 2-3 grand. Now you have 20, 30 Bitcoin. And now you're finally getting your money back. So now what are you going to do? Are you telling me, MA, that you and I aren't going to take some profits? Hell yeah, we are. Are you kidding me? We've been waiting forever. So that's the reason why I think, let me finish. That's the reason why I think in August, when this money gets back to these people, they're going to take some profits. And when they do, Bitcoin's going to drop like a mofo. And then what's going to happen is this. So is everything else. So is HEX. So is Ethereum. So is everything else. So that's what's going to happen. Watch.
Yeah. I mean, look, are we bottom-ish? Yeah. I think, like everyone says, we're a lot closer to the bottom, obviously, than we are at the top, right? At least recent tops. And I think there are more arguments to be made, arguments that, hey, it's probably going to go lower. Probably. Pick a number. No one really knows. But I think there are probably more cases to be made for this thing to go lower than higher for now, at least in the near future. Shit's not just, I mean, just in general, man, in terms of the economy and stuff, not to go down the whole economy rabbit hole, but you're not even really seeing people start to talk about unemployment claims. Like, you're not really hearing about that yet, I feel like, at least not in the U.S. People are just talking about, oh, hey, inflation right now. And it's almost like I'm kind of noticing, a lot of layoff numbers, but it's kind of like it's not really out in the open like 08, 09, or at least not yet.
Turn your mics off, bro.
I didn't go. It was in South Dallas.
I agree, MA. It's getting crazy.
Yeah.
You
So I
guys,
mean,
you guys hear me?
I'll
Are you guys there?
Yes.
yeah. I was just gonna
Hey,
say,
I got a
you're
quick
not
question for
really
you
hearing
guys.
about that as much yet, but once that news probably starts to get out, things are probably gonna
Oh
tank down
yeah.
more.
You'll see. You'll see.
Hey guys, how do we onboard new Pulsechain buyers? Can we do it right now, or is it not possible till the launch date? Did you guys hear that question?
Absolutely, we can. Go ahead. What's your question? I'm sorry. Watch my face. Ask it again, please.
Yeah, is it possible to onboard Pulsechain buyers, people that we're trying to onboard right now with buying Pulse, even though it hasn't launched yet and has a price on it? Is there still, because I know they stopped the sacrifice, timeline, but can people still onboard and buy right now?
That's a great question, bro. That's a great question. Okay, so yes. And let me tell you how. What you need to do is this. You need to hook them up with a Coinbase account, hook them up with a MetaMask account, and get them ready. You have to put some USDC into Coinbase and send it to MetaMask. So when Pulsechain launches, they're good to go. But as far as buying Pulsechain right now, obviously it's not out, nor is PulseX. They can buy Hex right now. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I would hold on. So let's just say, for instance, that you have a family member or a good friend that you love. What I would do is this: I would hook them up because they don't know how to buy, bro. So you have to teach them how to buy. Get them a Coinbase account. Get them a Coinbase account. Have them put $1,000, whatever the case may be. Sign them up with a MetaMask account, and then get them a hardware wallet, a Trezor or Ledger, and a computer. The only I'm going a little deep here, but that's what I would do. So bottom line is yes. Can you get them ready? Absolutely. Because I've onboarded a shitload of people with PulseX and not so many on the Pulsechain, but they have their bag sitting on the side. And how do they do that? So again, let's go back for a second. You sign them up with a Coinbase. You sign them up with a MetaMask wallet, and then you transfer you have them buy USDC on Coinbase. Send it to their MetaMask wallet, and then have it sit there. And then when Pulsechain launches, boom, they're in. Boom, they're in the first day. Now, what you don't want to do is have them put. Let's just say they have $2,000. You don't want them to put $2,000 in the first day. What you do is this, because it's going to go up and down. You have them put 500, 800 in the first day, and then they DCA in dollar cost average, and you wait and see what it's going to do. If you do that, you're going to be good, brother. If you follow my lead.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I appreciate that. I really didn't know how to do that. So it's great to know that USDC into the MetaMask.
Yes, because Jay, let me tell you why. Because, and again, I've done this with a lot of my family members. The reason why is because USDC ain't going anywhere. It's a stable coin. It's not going up. It's not going down. So they put it in. You get a Coinbase wallet. You go to Coinbase. You send it to MetaMask, and you send USDC to MetaMask. And then the day you tell them, okay, Pulsechain launch, boom, they go in. That's what you do, bro. You'll be fine.
Okay, great. Is Richard Hart's devs building any specific wallet, and then where is the whole bridge thing happening with PulseX and Pulse going to be happening at?
Well, okay, that's a good question. Richard Hart's wallet is neither here nor there. It's not gonna happen for another probably 6 to 8 months. That ain't happening after Pulsechain. So don't even sweat that crap. Don't even look into that. It is what it is. Don't even worry about that right now at all. Zero. They'll put zero attention to that right now. You just concentrate about onboarding people that you love into this project, and you're going to be blessed.
Okay. Yeah, and I could have like my family members like cash out me money, and then I could just send them USDC, right? As well. That's just another way without them having to make a Coinbase wallet. I really don't like Coinbase very much, the wallet.
Jay, I wouldn't do that. Let me tell you why. That's a good question. Let me tell you why. Because what's going to happen is this: when when let's just say hypothetically that Pulsechain goes 1,000x, and they send you the money, okay, and now it's in your account, and now it goes 1,000x, and you invested 10 grand, so now you're at $1 million or $2 million, whatever the case may be. Well, those are taxes that you're going to realize. So I wouldn't do that. You need to hook them up with Coinbase, and bro, I've on board over 125 freaking people. I'm not an idiot, so follow my lead. You need, dude. I've had guys, bro. I'm in the car business, okay, and I've had guys try to send me 50 grand, 100 grand, 250 grand. Hey, Jake and Nader, just go ahead and I trust you. No, my ass. You didn't trust my ass. This is what you're gonna do. So I would go to the dealerships, and I would sign them up with Coinbase and hook them up with freaking MetaMask, and that's what they would do. I will not be, charged, or whatever the case may be, with their taxes. I'm going to be responsible for their taxes. I'm not going to do that, and neither should you. So I wouldn't have anybody sending you anything. You need to hook them up with Coinbase, hook them up with MetaMask, and if you don't know how to do that, DM me and I'll show you. I'm sure you probably do.
Could they? Could we go through Crypto.com account? Do they have USDC on Crypto.com?
I believe they do. Yep, I believe they do.
Okay. I just straight up don't like Coinbase very much. I don't know why.
It's all good. Talk it. I think
Yeah.
Crypto.com it will be there for you too. I'm not for sure. I never bought. Actually, I do own some coins on there, but I haven't bought. Obviously, Hex. You can't buy Hex there, but yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
And you can always do FTX and Binance US. Binance US has actually dropped their fees quite a bit. So a lot of exchanges, their fees for like USDT, USDC, it's like 20 to 30 bucks. And I almost couldn't believe my eyes. But Binance US, they used to be like around 20-ish bucks too. They've dropped theirs to like 2.5 or 2 USDT. So they've also dropped their like Bitcoin fees, although some people were saying that's not really true. I don't know. I'm not really on Binance US, but I just noticed that they've dropped their fees quite a bit. So you might want to look into Binance US or FTX.
Okay.
Hey Jay, you have any questions? Text. You could DM me, bro. I'm here for you. I've been on the chat for about a year, and I was a green pea, didn't know nothing, but now I know a little more. So if there's any way I could help you, I would love to.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Amen.
Hey, Jake Nader, it's funny though, because I told my uncle the same thing. He's like, hey, I'll give you some money, just put it into Bitcoin. I'm like, man, I don't want to deal with the headache of taxes and stuff. So
exactly.
It's funny you say that. He's like, no, you're just being lazy and stuff. I'm like, no, I just don't want the headache. I'm happy to show you exactly how to do it. I mean, and it's funny because he does stocks. He does a little bit of stocks. And it's funny because he was the guy who said, I'm never going to do these kind of things. And he started like a couple of years or so ago. And I'm like, it's the exact same thing, and for him, he's not looking to do anything crazy. He just wanted to get some Bitcoin. So, but yeah, I told him the exact same thing. I don't want the headache of the taxes. So it's all on you.
Hey, MA. So check this out, bro. So I got a good friend. I've known him for probably about 7-8 years. He owns like 7 dealerships. Good friend of mine. He's a billionaire. And he goes, so I talked to him about freaking Hex and Pulsechain and PulseX. He goes, okay, Jake and Nader, I'm gonna send you 100 grand. I'll freaking Zelle you. I go, dude, don't Zelle me shit. He wanted to Zelle me 100. He goes, I trust you. I love you. I'll send you $100,000. I go, no, don't send me $100,000. So I went to a dealership and I hooked him up. But he just, I've onboarded, dude, a shitload of people because I believe Richard projects. I think they're gonna go freaking crazy. I really do. I've been on this chat for a little while, and I've learned so much from this chat. And I got to tell you, bro, if you or your family want to better themselves, this is the place to be, because it's just like everything else. Kind of like if you could get into, even if they haven't sacrificed, if you could get into a program or a project that has not launched and it will launch, how blessed are they going to be? And that's the question we need to ask them, which is, hold on a second. I'm onto this chat right now. There's 65,000 people on here, and it's going to go freaking nuts. There's over $700 million that was sacrificed for Pulsechain, and 1.2 billion for PulseX. So I got to tell you, it's probably a good idea to get into this thing. So
How much was sacrificed for Pulse?
700 million.
700 mil. PulseX, you said 1.4 billion.
1.2, 1.3 billion. That's correct.
Okay. How many more coins does PulseX have than Pulse? Like the ratio
very-
or something?
It's very similar as far as that, but it doesn't really matter. It's very similar as far as the amount of tokens, if that's your question.
Yeah.
Very similar. But the bottom line is this. The reason why PulseX had a shitload of more people that sacrifice is because they want Pulsechain. So Pulsechain is going to pump like a mofo, big time. It's going to pump. And don't think it's not. That's a fact. And then we got a ratio trading before that, but I won't even talk about that because you're gonna get wrecked. So the bottom line is this: the reason why there's so much more people that got into PulseX and Pulsechain is because when they heard about Pulsechain, they said, "Well, dude, I'm not missing this. I'm gonna get into PulseX." And so Pulsechain is gonna, which is a blockchain, is gonna pump big time. That's a fact.
Because I know Pulsechain is basically a whole new blockchain, hard fork from Ethereum, and PulseX is just the native coin for Pulse. Is that right?
No, the native coin is Pulse.
Okay.
Okay, PulseX is a DEX like SushiSwap or Uniswap.
Okay.
And if anybody on this chat right now could Google this, it'll probably help their bags. They could Google what a DEX did in their first 365 days, which is SushiSwap, Uniswap, whatever the case may be. And they go on there and they'll see that they did 500x, 800x, 1000x, 365x. It's freaking nuts, bro. Now, a layer one is pretty much the same thing, if not more. It's going to be nuts, bro, but you got to get in. You got to get in right now. Now, if they have not sacrificed, that's okay.
I got in on the sacrifice. I had a buddy help me do a little bit of $4,000 on it.
Amen.
What's the launch price for PulseX? Off the top of your head?
No, we don't know that yet. We're
But we do know the launch price for Pulse, though.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
I mean, well, maybe okay. Sorry, not the launch price, but I guess maybe your price, like what the price is going to be. Yeah, maybe I said it wrong, but your price based on the amount that you sacrificed and whatever you're getting, you can figure out the price, your cost, I guess. That you can figure out, I guess.
I'm not sure if that question was heard or not, but does anybody have any idea when the Pulse and PulseX are going to be launched, and do you think they're going to be launched at the same time or different timelines?
The movie's a marketing tool. I would look for it to be around the time that the movie comes out. It'd be stupid to release the movie after the chain has been released.
Did anybody hear that question?
I said it would probably be close to, this is my opinion, around the time that the movie's released, if you're using the movie as an example of marketing and advertising for the chain.
Oh, okay. When's the movie supposed to be released?
They were talking late this year, but depends what's going on with post-production.
Okay. Do you think PulseX will be released the same time line as PulseX?
No. Come on, guys. Okay, come on. Hold on. What's your question again? I'm sorry.
Do you think PulseX and Pulse are going to be released at the same time or different?
Of course, 100%,
Yeah.
1,000,000%. Not even a question. 100%. PulseX cannot launch unless Pulsechain is freaking launched. So Pulsechain and PulseX will 1,000,000% launch the same day.
Yeah, I'm excited about liquid loans. That's going to be very great tool to shave off a little bit of walking around money to spend without spending the.
But Jay,
Pulse-
you can't talk about that on here, bro.
No.
No, just be real. We can't do it on here.
All right.
It's all about Pulsechain, PulseX, and HEX.
Hey, Jakinator, by the way, just to go back to the whole price stuff, technically we're actually getting it at 0, right? So, and that was the whole thing, RH set it up that way so that, from a tax perspective, we don't have to worry about it. So technically when we're getting it at 0. Now your cost basis may be different because of how much you're getting and how much you sacrificed. But yeah, I guess launch price remains to be seen. But I guess technically it's 0. I don't know. But yeah, your cost basis is whatever your cost basis is.
I agree. I agree 100%. MA, I agree, bro. 100%.
Yeah, for Pulse though, I don't know if that's the same thing. Is it the same situation for PulseX as well?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. That's a great analogy. I appreciate bringing that up because that is true. In other words, if I bought, if I have a day one sacrificer for Pulsechain, I'm gonna get more Pulse than I would, the day 17 or 18. And same with PulseX. PulseX, the sacrifice is longer than Pulsechain. We all know that. But yeah, I agree with you, bro. 100%.
But yeah, you brought up a good point. That's why I started to think about the price. So yeah, generally speaking, or I would expect rather, and it's probably the case with all chains, where all chains, and maybe if someone knows the answer to this or can look it up, I would expect that chains historically have always done better than dexes. So maybe it wouldn't be a bad strategy because I think most people probably sacrifice maybe more for the dex, mostly maybe than the chain itself, because I don't think people expected a second sacrifice, right? So they're like, oh, okay, I got another shot, I'm going to sacrifice more now. But knowing that maybe dexes technically aren't, or at least historically aren't going to do too well, it might not be a bad strategy to take some profit.
MA, I disagree. And let me tell you why. Go there right now. Layer ones, bro. What's a layer? You know what layer one is? I'm sure you do, right?
Yeah, it's a chain. Yeah.
Okay. So layer one.
Can you expand on that layer one thing?
I'm sorry?
Can you expand on what a layer one is?
A layer one is a blockchain. A layer one is an Ethereum. A layer one is a Polygon. A layer one is a
So think of
a
like
blockchain. It's a
yeah.
Cardano.
Just a quick sorry, just a quick example. Think of like Windows versus Mac. It's like basically the easiest way to explain it. That's like your layer 1, and then the layer 2s are like the apps on top of Windows and Mac. Sorry, man.
If you look at layer 1s, they've done very well. Now, the DEX is a DEX is a swapping mechanism you could do on the layer 1. So if you look at them as well, which is Sushi Swap, Trader Joe's, Uniswap, a bunch of the different swaps, they kick that as well. Now, what happens is this: if you look, MA, and keep this in mind, it's very important. And I've been learning, bro, so I'm sharing this with you. I'm just a learning mofo, so I'm gonna share the information I've gathered. If you look at when Ethereum or Bitcoin goes up or down, if you look at these other platforms and projects that are built on them, let's just say Ethereum goes down 3%. If you look at the other projects, they go down 10% or 8%. Now, when Bitcoin goes up 3%, these other tokens that are built on them might go up 15 or 20%, and that's a fact. Google it. That's a fact. Why is that? Well, it's a different project. I don't know, to be honest with you. I can't tell you why, but that's what's happening. So layer 1s and DEXs, which is like a Sushi Swap or a Uniswap or Trader Joe, something like that, it gets a little crazy. But I got to tell you, if you're in either one, now let's go back for a second. There's never been a layer 1 that's ever launched with a DEX the same day ever. So when Ethereum had Uniswap, wasn't first day, never happened, or Sushi Swap or anything like that. So when you have a layer 1 like Pulsechain that's going to launch the same day, it's going to be freaking crazy, bro. It's going to be nuts, and people don't understand that.
So maybe how about this? So are you saying? Well, I guess maybe the time frame is important, but let's maybe break it down like this. I guess, do you expect long term for the DEX or for PulseX to do better than Pulsechain? Is that what you're saying? In the long run?
That's a good question. Okay. So I think in my heart of hearts that Pulsechain is going to freaking go through the roof. It's going to go crazy. I think it'll be stupid money to begin with. And the reason why I think that, let me tell you why. There's so many people that bought PulseX to buy Pulsechain. That's a fact. That's not even a question. It's a forgiven. It's a done deal. So people want to get into Pulsechain. Why? Because layer 1s normally do better than a DEX.
And I agree with that. Yeah, layer 1s, that's what I'm saying. So we both agree on that. That layer 1s, long term or even short term. Well, I don't know. I guess maybe about short term. We'll see about that. But yeah, I would agree that long term layer 1s generally do the best. I mean, look at
Ethereum.
I was going to say look at CoinGecko, right? Look at any one of these sites, and what do you see in the top 15, top 20, top 25, or at least top 10? You don't see a Uniswap. You don't see a Sushi Swap, right? I mean, pretty much everything that's in the top, you throw out the stable coins, you throw out the fucking, whatever, the meme coins, you're just going to see layer 1s pretty much. That's all you're going to see.
Well, I mean, but it's crazy though, because Jesse and Jesse, Jesse and Walrus, right? I mean,
yeah, I've heard their names. Yeah.
Okay, so these guys are really smart, bro. Way smarter than me. Pepe, Walrus, freaking all these guys, Gamma, all these different people, and that's who I've learned from. So it's kind of crazy because a layer 1 is obviously a blockchain, and these other projects are built on them. Okay, we get that. But I got to tell you, if you can Google it right now. What is the layer 1? What is the Cardano done? What is the Polygon done? What is the Ethereum done? What's going to happen? Well, if you look, the best way to look at the future is to look at the past. And so if you do that, then you'll see that these dexes as well. Now, obviously, PulseX is going to be a dex, and they're going to kill it as well, because you can stake your PulseX. I don't want to go too deep right now. But you can stake your PulseX.
Well, just real quick, if I can interrupt, they're both going to kill it, right? There's no doubt about that. But you brought up a good point, and I hadn't really thought about that. I guess, I mean, you know, with launches and stuff, because I mean, you go back literally, I guess maybe just about a month and a half. This chat was packed. Everyone's exchanging strategies back and forth, and hey, should I have stable coins? Should I not? I mean, you were there. I know I saw you. You saw me. So this thing was packed. Everyone was, you know, exchanging strategies and stuff. But yeah, you know, I mean, I hadn't really stopped to think about maybe this, which is, hey, you know, again, long term, to your point, the chains have always, I think, done better. I'd be very surprised if a DEX
Yes.
done better.
Yes.
So yeah, that's what that's what I'm saying. I think it might make sense. And again, everyone's going to have their own strategy, and it may not necessarily be right or wrong. It just depends on the time frame, right?
MA, I'm going to be right. I'm just telling you, brother. I'm going to be right. I'm going to be right.
Right in terms of what? What are you going to be right about?
And everything I'm saying.
Which is what? That the chain's going to do better than the DEX? I don't disagree with you on that. But the time frame also matters, right? What is the time frame? Because I think, yeah, you know, you have a point where once they launch, right, I think people are going to take profits, or they're going to sell their PulseX to put it into Pulsechain, because there are people that miss that sacrifice, so they'll want to get into Pulsechain, right? Yep. Right. So that's probably going to cause like a little bit of a pan flash for PulseX. They're both gonna pump, but then PulseX is probably going to drop, and then Pulsechain is going to continue to go up. That's maybe one possibility.
No, I'm going to tell you the reality. I'm going to tell you the reality. And again, I've been speaking with a bunch of people that have, you know, bigger bags than me. But I got to tell you, if you don't think Pulsechain is going to pump, Pulsechain, and you know Pepe, obviously, you said correct or no?
Say it again.
You know Pepe or no?
I missed that. What was that?
Do you know Pepe and Mandalorian?
Yeah, I've seen them in the chat. Yeah.
Okay, well, you say that, but I want other people to know that they're more than seeing them in the chat. Mandalorian is a millionaire. Pepe is a millionaire. I don't mean to dox them, but they have a lot of money, bro. So what do? I surround myself with positive people. That's what I do. Period. End of story. I'm not a millionaire. Do I make good money? Absolutely. But I surround myself with these really positive guys. And when they say Jakinator, look, there's never been a layer one launching the same day as a DEX. So it's going to be freaking nuts. So when they tell me that, I kind of listen. They ain't broke. They're probably doing pretty good. Well, as a matter of fact, I know they are. So I try to surround myself with them kind of people. So I would tell you this. If you look at it, and anybody on here could Google it, feel free to. Go to layer one, which is a blockchain, and then a DEX, which is a swapping, mechanism, which was going to be, PulseX. None of them have ever launched together. But that's what's going to happen, and it's going to go nuts. Now, the reason why I'm sorry, my son just called. The reason why I think Pulsechain go crazy is because PulseX, there were $700 million that was sacrificed. You there, MA?
Yeah, I got you, man.
Okay. So there was $700 million that was sacrificed for Pulsechain, and there was 1.3 billion dollars for PulseX. And the reason why that was is because a lot of them did not sacrifice for Pulsechain. So where's the money going to go? Well, obviously it's going to Pulsechain. So that's the reason why I think Pulsechain is going to go next.
So I think we're both pretty much saying the same thing. I think for the most part we're both on the same page. But that's, let's say, the first few weeks, the first 2 to 3 months, right? I mean, again, anything is possible, right? I mean, fuck, man, if you were to go back and look at just what's happened in the past, few weeks, right? So anything's possible. I would tend to agree with you. That's what I would expect as well. But again, the question is long term, what's going to happen, right? They both have burning mechanisms. I think, which one burns more? I think it's PulseX that burns more, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Right. So yeah, I mean, I think short term, I agree. I would expect Pulsechain to pump more. Long term, I guess I would agree with you too, because historically, and you would expect it, that the chains do better, because what's running everything? It's the chain. What's bringing all the dApps? It's the chain. So
Yep.
yeah, I mean, I guess the answer is obvious, but again, we'll just have to wait and see.
Amen. I agree.
But yeah, in a way, that's not a bad idea. Maybe possibly taking some of that, those gains, and throwing it back into Pulse if you haven't sacrificed enough for Pulse. I mean, I've sacrificed for both, but PulseX was higher than Pulse.
I mean, I gotta tell you, bro, these guys, there's a reason why it's almost double the money sacrificed for PulseX. And the reason why is because they want Pulsechain. And that's a fact. I want more Pulsechain. I have like 50 million Pulsechain, whatever.
Well, I don't know if
so
I don't know if it's because they want Pulsechain or because they just missed sacrificing for the first one, period, right? Because you got to also consider that not enough people, again, I'm not saying this because I'm a crypto expert, but all I'm saying is that some people don't even realize, like, hey, there's a Pulsechain. Like, hey, maybe I should go and get myself some Pulsechain. They might realize it at some point, but they might not realize it right off the bat. You're right. Some people did do that because they missed the Pulsechain, but some people, they're like, oh, I got a second shot, so I'm just going to sacrifice for PulseX, not even knowing that, hey, maybe I should go and swap some of my PulseX because I sacrificed for that, take some of those gains and put it into Pulse. So yeah, I mean, there are a lot of ways this could go. It's just a matter of which way is it going to go more than the other, at least in the first few days and weeks.
I don't think there's a lot of way to go. A lot of different ways to go, honestly. The only way to go is this. Get into all rich hard projects. Period. End of story. Pulsechain, PulseX, and HEX. If you do that, you'll be fine. Hey, Papa, how you doing?
Good, Jake. How are you?
You still remember me or no?
The voice sounds vaguely familiar.
I was bragging about you the other night. Hold on. Let me put my headphones on so I get in trouble. Hold on. You there?
Yes, sir.
Dude, I miss you. What the hell's going on here?
I pop in every once in a while. Maybe not the hours that you're on. I don't know. How you been?
I'm doing okay. But you crazy, Papa. This freaking COVID crap, I swear it's pissing me off. Both of my parents have COVID right now. And but they're doing okay. They've it's been like about 4 or 5 days, and my mom's 85, and my father's 80, and they're doing okay. They're doing okay. I'm blessed. But I would,
Yeah.
it's kind of like the flu. You know what I mean? They've been both vaccinated. I don't believe in that vaccination crap, but they both got vaccinated, and they're doing okay. So thank the Lord for that. I'm doing okay.
Good. I'm happy to hear that you're okay. Your parents,
Amen.
I'm happy that they're having an easier go of it than than not. And I'm sorry to hear that that is still a thing in California.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, Papa. So let me ask you a question. I've been on here for like a year in July. So how long you been on this chat? It's got to be more than that, right? What, a year and a half, maybe? A year and 4 months?
No, I think I first joined I think when it was a thing, when it first opened, I was here under a different name at the very beginning.
Oh, the first thing. I got to hear this. What was it?
Yeah, when it was just when there was no voice chat. There was no
Oh,
video
okay.
chat. It was just, hex.com was the first one, I think. Or even before that, I think it was bitcoinhex.com maybe could have been the first one. Whatever it was, I think we came in from Richard's chat to that new one, and I was pretty much just a typing troll at that point. And
How could you?
then, yeah.
How could you be a type control? Are you freaking kidding me?
Well, no, I mean it was more to try to get the comedy, not anything hurtful or bad about Richard. Just in more to try out my new comedy chops, basically. And then suddenly, it was real. It was important when Bitcoin Hex was announced as an idea. Then the chat got serious, and that was a long time ago.
Hey, Papa. Hey, Papa. Do people know on this chat who you are?
Uh, I don't know. Do they have to?
I think they do. I gotta tell you. I mean, I've learned so much from you this past freaking year, and you're such a blessing as far as security. And you're very. Sometimes it can be a little overwhelming, but you always mean well. And I think people on this chat, and I'm not hearing that much. I'm working a lot more now, but I got to tell you, you're such a blessing to me, and the people that have onboarded. It's such a blessing. So if anybody on here want to keep their crypto safe, I think Papa Boner is the man to talk to. I just want to say that, brother.
Thanks, Jake. That's very, very kind of you to say. We all do our part.
Just
Some silently, some, outspokenly. We all do our part.
Amen. Tell me a question.
No, I was just popping in saying what's going on, Hexkins, and it's been a while. I'm getting ready to call it a night, but I wanted to hear some friendly voices from afar.
Amen. Well, Jay Johnson, you're gonna be blessed, brother. I gotta tell you, I think Papa Boner might have heard this before. I'm not sure.
That was Chastown. I'm right below you.
Oh,
Yes, thank you, sir. I look forward to being blessed.
amen. Hey,
Jake, can you
Sam, how you
mute
doing,
when you're
brother?
not talking? We're getting some reverb, rebroadcast from Jay Johnson. Can you mute when you're not talking, sir?
Absolutely.
Papa Boner, I
Thank you
swear,
very
if
much.
you talk shit right, Papa Boner, I bought this freaking $200 freaking headset. So if you're mad at me, I'm gonna be pissed.
I am very pleased with you, Jake. It used to be a difficult thing, but now it's wonderful. As you can see, there's no echo. I would have been just as
Hey
pleased
Jay,
if you would have gotten a $10 headset.
hey Jay. So check this out. So Papa Boner, I know this guy for a year, and he put up with my crap. But anyway, so one day, like I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, he's on Jagadator, and he even muted me, and I was very taken aback, or taken a bath or back or some crap. And he's like, and he muted me, and I was so like, oh my word, what the heck? I didn't say nothing wrong. 'Cause I normally don't curse on here. I wasn't being a dick, and he muted me, and then he DM'd me and said, "Look, I'll send you $10 for free." He just let me get headphones, so I gotta tell you, I send more than that, but he's the best in my life, so I'm good.
Yeah, you answered a handful of my questions, and I appreciate it.
Amen. Done. Good talking to you, Jay.
Are you participating in any of those? There's a couple free Pulse websites. Are those legit, or is that kind of don't touch it or be cautious?
Jay, I would say this, bro. DM me and ask me, because we can talk about third-party tokens on here, but I gotta tell you, don't get ripped off, because you can take on them and get rinsed. And Papa Bono will tell you that. So I would, I'm a, actually, I'm a man of God. You know, I'm not gonna lie to you. That's who I am. That's what I believe in. So if you have a question, I'd love to help you. And Papa Bono, I think, will tell you that I'm not a schmuck. But if you have a question, I'd love to help you. So I would not be, putting, clicking on anything unless you know what they're talking about. Because what happens is this: they end up taking all your money. So feel free to DM me, brother.
Hey, Jake, just direct him to the legitimate faucets that are there. I know that howtopulse.com is going to have their own legitimate faucet, or they may already have it up. And there's other means to get legitimate test tokens.
Amen. I'm good with that.
I see there was a scammy Ledger live download put out recently. I think it was on Windows, something like that. It just rinsed your wallet.
Hey, Cracker,
No.
Hey, not bad, mate. Yeah, I just read it this morning on Twitter. Someone put up a Ledger Live app on some store somewhere, and it just rinses your wallet.
Krakatoa, you remember the
Yeah.
Chickinator?
You're so fucking annoying. Who was that guy? Yeah, I sort of do.
Oh my word! Good to see you, man. God bless you.
Yeah, this place would be dead. I mean, no one talks on here anymore.
And that's
Yeah.
okay.
Is it? That's
Sure.
the old. That's the aim. Okay. All questions have been answered.
The goal is ultimate nap time through the bear market until we get Pulsechain.
For those of us who need nano naps.
Hey, Krakatoa, where do you live, bro?
We've been through this. I live in Australia. Come on.
Yeah.
You want to come over?
Oh.
You want to come over here and have sex with the Australian women? That's what you were saying. That's what your
Hold on,
ultimate
man.
aim is, apparently.
Hold on.
You want to be you want to be a hex whale, pulse whale. You want to come over here and just have sex with Australian women.
Krakatoa, okay,
That's
so where do I
Run
live?
for Mr. In Between.
Krakatoa, where do I live?
Sorry?
Where do I live?
In America somewhere.
No, not somewhere.
Well,
I'm
look,
Mexican.
I live in Australia. You live in America.
I'm Mexican. So if I'm Mexican, where do I live?
California. Texas.
Exactly.
Okay, you're Texas.
I'm not Texan. I'm fucking Mexican.
Anywhere but Mexico, probably.
What a dick.
Jake, you're live, man. Jake's spoiling himself a hot dog.
Sounded like he was mixing a margarita.
Salting the rim and everything.
So, Papa, that wasn't you who banned not Kit Kat, Top Cat. Okay.
No, it was not me.
Did anyone ban him? Did he get banned?
I don't know. Does he say that I did that to him?
No. Someone mentioned that he was banned because of that little rant he had the other day. You were in the stream. Your
your name was on the list here, I assumed you must have heard what he said, or maybe you were having a nap. I don't know, but it
I
was pretty
didn't
funny.
hear. Yeah, I didn't hear what he said, but I heard that it was salty.
Oh,
It
yeah,
was about Richard, and it was alcohol induced. Who knows?
quite possibly. He was more energetic than he normally would be, and Richard certainly copped it.
Hey, Krakatoa.
Yes,
How,
yeah.
how long? How long have you been in this chat? How long? 3 months? How
We've
long?
had this discussion. We've had this discussion. You've asked me before.
Answer the question.
Since before we were in this chat, before it merged, the chat previous to this one, when it merged into this chat.
Well, I merged this. I met Papa Boner back in July of last year. So my question to you is, when did you come in this chat?
Well, at least then. July last year would have been the first. That would have been the first sacrifice, right? So way before the first sacrifice. So when we'll sacrifice, or when we're buying the first tranche, if you like, of Hex, when you had to donate to get Hex. So since before that, if there was one,
Okay, so when?
hey,
So when?
I don't know the date. I don't take notes. A fair while, well over a year. That's all I know.
I disagree, Krakatoa. Let me tell you why.
Well,
I met Papa. I met. Oh,
suck on my
you and I
toes, mate.
You and I always disagree, and I'm okay with that because I haven't fought with you for a while. I met Papa Boner last year in July, August, so it's always been a year. But I didn't start arguing with you. I didn't start arguing with you for like 6 months. So it's been about 6 months since you and I started arguing. So I would say you probably got insured in December, January. I don't know. I
I
might be
would.
wrong.
I was in it before the first sacrifice. That's a
But
year
dude,
ago.
Krakatoa, why did we just start arguing in January? That's bullshit. We should have been
Who
arguing
cares?
before that.
That's because I mostly don't say anything. Mostly I don't say anything. That's why. Just think of all the wasted arguments, all the wasted time we've wasted not arguing the point.
I know.
Oh my God. I'll just have to catch up.
No, it's all good. You and I have had our good times and bad times, and God bless you, man. It's all good.
I know it's been all good for me.
Amen. I
I
met
was
some new
sad to
people on here today.
remember Kit Kat, 10,000X, Mr. 10,000X?
Yeah.
He's into some pyramid scheme now.
I know. He called me.
Oh,
I spoke to him.
He
Well,
came in this.
Papa Boner, I talked.
Yeah, I had to report him. I had to. I tried to talk him out of it because he came in the chat and bombed the chat and just spammed everyone with this link. And I said,
No way.
"What is this?" And I looked at it. I looked at the link and I thought, "Holy shit! This is a full-on pyramid scheme." Couldn't believe it. It's one of the. It
How
was
long
just
ago?
like BitConnect. It was just like
How
BitConnect.
long ago? How long ago?
That was a couple of weeks ago now, probably.
No way.
it's sad.
Couldn't believe. Pardon? No, Kit Kat, not Top Cat.
Kit Kat.
Yep.
Okay, I thought
Yeah.
Top Cat.
No. Top Cat. Top Cat wouldn't do this shit.
Yeah.
Apparently, he reckons he had 70 people signed in under him. So every time he signs people in underneath him, he makes money when they, that sort of shit going on. So holy shit, this has got an end date. This is going to end badly. So
No,
That's that.
Cargo told him. So he actually called me, bro. I've had a
Oh yeah.
conversation with him several times. Yeah, several
What do you want?
times. But it's great. Well, let me share this with you. He got into something, and then uh, did very well, and then he told me, Jaconator, we're done. So do not get into it. And so I did not. But at least he had the balls to say, Jaconator, don't buy because I'm done. And that was kind of cool because he didn't want me to get wrecked. And actually,
Don't
I
buy
never
what?
bought.
Don't buy
What?
what? He didn't want you to buy what?
I'm not going to show that on here. We can talk about that on here. I'm not going to say that.
Is it
But
is it the same thing I was talking about? Is it the same thing I was talking about?
I don't know. Probably. We're not going to talk about that on here. But bottom line is, he called me back to Jaconator, don't buy. You got to get wrecked. And that was kind of cool because I didn't do it. So.
Oh no, he didn't want to wreck you, but he wanted to wreck everyone else. Let's see, he was happy for everyone else to get wrecked. I like it.
I'm just being honest.
So he sent it to me, so he tried to wreck me. Oh, that motherfucker.
Easy.
Hey.
Speaking of not getting wrecked, guys, gas right now is 10 gwei. If you're gonna do anything, it's pretty good now.
Krakatoa, how you doing? Okay.
Great, mate. Doing great.
Okay, check this out. So there's this guy on here. His name is Kai, Kai. This guy has never spoke in the history of my life or your life. Ever. So, Kai, would you like to speak up and say hello or anything? No? I, he might be Richard Hart. God knows. We'll see. Could be a woman.
Richard broke.
Who knows?
By the way, Richard broke 240,000 Twitter followers today.
Well, none of them are me.
And he's heartbroken as a result.
Krakatoa, are you still
I'm
being
sure
negative?
I'm sure he was crying as he blocked me all those years ago. I'm sure he shed a tear.
Krakatoa, are you still being positive? What's going on with that?
I'm positive that I'm neutral and I'm waiting outcome.
Okay, good. Moses. That's a cool name. What's up, brother?
There.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so different. All these folks on here, I'm trying to figure out something I know. I know you. I know Papa Boner, Adrian. I don't know.
And
Shout to
some
Moses.
guy
I love that name.
the other night, some guy was just streaming music in here and no one cared because of like tumbleweeds going through here, and this guy was just full on playing his rap crap.
Yeah,
No
I
one
don't
cared.
care if I heard that shit. This is not a radio station.
Yeah, it went for a while. I think he's trying to. It's probably his stuff. He's probably some home producer, and he's trying to share his thing. You know.
If I would have
Shout to
heard that, it
Cole.
would have
Okay.
banned. And I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure Mr. Jiggs was on the toilet and live last night as well. Didn't realise it.
Nice.
He was complaining.
I got
This fucking toilet. He says, "Okay, too much information, Mr. Jiggs."
Krakatoa, I
Phone's
gotta
on.
tell you.
Here I go. Welcome to my time in the toilet.
Papa Boner. Be nice.
You'd had to be there. It's just, should we tell him or should we just ignore it?
Hold on, Krakatoa. I want to share this with you. Okay, real quick.
What?
Okay.
What?
It's really important. Okay. So I was talking to someone the other day on this other chat, and they're like, well, why would we want to share Richard Hart projects with everybody else? Why would we want to do that? You know, we're so smart on here, and we're just the best. And I'm like, you freaking morons! Are you kidding me? How do you not want to have your bags pumped without people bringing people on? And Papa Boner, if you disagree with me, I'm sure you probably agree with me, but it was awful because they're like, oh, I don't want to share this with anybody. We want to be okay and this and that. It's a crock, I can tell it. If you and I, God knows I do it. Papa Boner knows it. But if we are not shilling Richard Hart projects and think our banks are going to pump, we're morons. Just think. Would you agree?
Well, our APY is going to take a hit for everybody that we get into the system. So in that sense, I do disagree. But in terms of getting new people that you believe are worthy of coming into the community and strengthening the community, I don't think that this is a type of product that we are supposed to just just get a trawler out and get all the different type of bycatch that we can in the ocean. Being selective and getting big brain people that understand that this is not a get rich quick scheme type of thing would be better than just grabbing everybody on earth and saying, come on in. Because those type of people that come on in they're not patient enough to kind of get down and peel back the onion skin and understand how complex hex is or how earth shattering Pulsechain is going to be. They just simply say, oh, I made double my money, dump, market dump. And that lengthens the amount of time it takes for us to see our 10,000x.
I disagree. I disagree
Hi.
with you 100%. Hold on a second, Krakatoa. I disagree with Papa Boner 100%. And let me tell you why. Because when I bring people into our project, I don't tell them to dump. Ever do I tell them to dump. I tell them, hold on, hold, hold. Kind of like Braveheart.
Okay.
Hold. Okay.
Okay.
That's what I tell them to do. So I disagree with you in saying that because when I bring people on board, I don't tell them to dump on our ass. And first of all, yeah, they invest a lot of money. I
Hey,
150,000,
Jake.
250,000,
Jake.
80,000,
Jake.
whatever. Hold on, let me finish. Okay, let me finish. So I disagree with you, Papa Boner. I disagree with you 100% because if we do not bring people into our projects, and you think our banks are going to pump, you're wrong.
Jake, would I be right in saying that you held all the way from 50 cents down to 3.5 cents?
I never bought it there, ever.
Okay. But you had some when it was 50 cents, though.
Nope, never did.
Oh,
Good
you
question.
bought after 50. You bought after 50 cents?
No. Come
You
on,
bought before 50 cents. When did you buy? What price did you? When did you buy?
26 cents.
So after the high or before the high? On the way up or on the way down?
Brother. Doesn't matter. It doesn't
Well, it
matter
does.
when I bought. I bought at
My
26
my
cents.
question depends on your answer.
I'm telling
On
you
my
right now,
question depends.
26 cents is when it, okay, well,
Okay,
it's
so
fine.
you've held
26 cents is when I bought.
you've held from 26 cents down to 3.5 cents, and that's what you recommend
Yes,
everybody else do.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
It's funny you said
that's
that
what I
because
did,
20.
yeah.
It's funny you should say 26 cents because that's when I sold.
How funny. So good.
Yeah. Technically, that means I was dumping on your head. Right there.
Well, you're a dick, so it's all good.
I was dumping on your
Cracker
head at
Joe,
26
did you
cents.
rebuy at 3? Did you rebuy at 2.9 cents?
No, I rebought a few cents higher than that, about 5.5.
That's still fine. I mean, you pulled off a legitimately good trade then.
If only I'd done it at 50 cents, but who can pick the top? No one.
Well, yeah,
But 26 will do me.
good for you. You quintupled
Now,
your bag.
shit, more than that. I'm just saying to where's he gone? Jake. Is he buggered off? Jake, go.
I'm here.
Yeah, I know. There he. I can see. Yeah, you moved all the way down. Okay. I'm just saying, if you recommend to your onboards just to hold and say your onboards buy at 40 cents and 30 cents and 50 cents, God help them, and you say just hold and hold and hold, you're giving some of the worst advice ever in my books. If they don't
Oh,
sell
you're
something,
wrong. It's okay. It's okay. You're wrong. It's okay.
that's not an argument,
It's
Just
it's
no,
okay to
it's
be
not.
wrong. Won't be the first time.
It's not an argument to say you're wrong.
I agree. You're wrong.
I see what you did there.
What?
You said that I agree that you're wrong.
Yep. Hey, but you and I haven't argued for a while, so it's kind of fun. Krakatoa, you don't lose any money until you sell. Period. And then sorry. So if I bought it at 28 cents, I've obviously been DCing in for the past 6 months and buying. That's what I do. So that's what I've done. Now, the people that I've onboarded, 90% of them are into PulseX and probably maybe 5% into Pulsechain. That's a fact, Jack. Now, what's the name after this? Well, only God knows. We'll see. Won't be the first time you're wrong, bro.
It's just that you could have sold at 26 cents and then bought back what you sold at 5 cents, sort of thing, and had money left over.
I agree.
Yep.
I agree.
If it's a definite downtrend, if it's a definite established downtrend, and there was by 26 cents, definite, You know,
But McCracken, so
you
I
know.
understand the most of people I onboarded, they're into PulseX, and their money has gone nowhere, not up, not down, not sideways. It's there. So I understand that. You need to understand that. Otherwise, this conversation is nil.
We were talking about HEX. So
Or you
that
could
changes
stake
nothing.
it. You could stake it and not sweat the cycles.
You know that old adage that you never early end stake. You should never early end stake. That's been pounded into our brains from day
Of
one.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was totally worth it to me to early end stake one of my stakes when I did it. That's worked out to my advantage totally.
Yeah.
And if I
no.
and if I had
you-
and if I had let it go to its completion date, I would have been totally screwed.
Yeah, but how far along the line were you when you end staked?
75%.
Yeah, 75% makes sense that you can make a tactical decision, because after 51%, of course, above a 90-day stake, then you're into the profit already by day 51. So yours was a wise decision to consider the locking up, the time value of your money versus, trading it up, and you made a very wise decision. But if you were below 51, what we urge people is to not early end stake when you're in the red zone, right? You're not getting any yield because you're just kind of doing the first half of your stake. So if you were to take it out, you would get a negative. You'd have like you could get anywhere from totally nuked to 91% reduction of your principal, and that's what we urge people not to do. Once you're in the money like 75%, sure, you can make that educated decision and go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Pete.
Hey, Krakatoa, just one other word on staking. I hear whispers from a lot of legitimate Pulse, let's say, proto projects. A lot of them are geared to rewarding stakers and sacrificers. So you may want to be staked for other benefits in the future, which Richard mentioned. A lot of people are going to be targeting stakers for free money airdrops and things like that. So at least one stake is a good thing to have.
Yeah, I'm pretty much covered there.
Cool.
There was that, what was that token that came out the other day? Well, it's not out, but it is out. And we just have to,
We won't mention the name, but I understand what you're saying.
yeah, we just
So
have to wait
you're one
for
of
it.
those participants, yeah.
And the one that comes after it at some late hour of the night, which we can't say, which I don't know what they do. Without naming them, I looked at it. I thought, these aren't actually going to do anything. they actually have no function.
Yep.
Zero function.
And if that's the case, then once they've been deemed benign to interact with, then dumping
I
them
think
for
they
a
have.
Richard Hart product is a good thing.
I think they have already. Who's that group that looks after that sort of stuff? There's a definite group.
Pulse Police.
That's them. They've already looked at it
Good deal.
and they've
Yeah,
given the
I'm
sign of the
looking
cross.
to I'm looking to reach out to those guys and get something going with Ty.
Yeah, I mean, if I could make those two things that they're going to give away actually, I don't know, perform a function of some description instead of just sitting there. I mean, they're going to be what comes out is what comes out, and that's it. I don't think there's any more, but so there's going to be a set supply at the end of when it's all said and done. But then what? They just sit there like bumps on a log. Someone's going to have to figure something out for them.
Hey, Papa, was your comment in regards to being staked for Hex or for Pulse? Eventually.
Hex. You can't stake for Pulse yet.
Right. I mean, I just thought you meant, in the future.
No. Future. Right now, the only thing that people can start to plan for is, you have a set of sacrificers and you have a set of stakers. You also have sets of holders, right, for Hex. So you can target communities for your token, be it for a free money drop so that you get your name out there, or you kind of get people interested in your token and want to put liquidity into the pools or whatever. You can get a holder set or a staker set or a sacrificer set. So we don't have anything but that today. There is no delegator set, for example. And that could be another focus in the future. The whispers I hear are for stakers of Hex and sacrificers of Pulse and PulseX, primarily as the focus.
Whoopee! More to come.
More free money coming.
Oh yeah, baby.
So how would it work out for the sacrificers? Is that upon launch?
Some of them find the price of doing an airdrop on Ethereum a problem to invest in. And since we're going to Pulsechain, they're just waiting until launch of Pulsechain, and then they will be doing their airdrops on Pulse.
Right. So upon launch, give or take.
Yes.
Right.
Because numerous projects are lying in wait.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was chatter with that, even before, right? Or at least I've heard that, hey, there's going to be projects and basically there will be airdrops to come in the future.
Right. In the meantime, though, there are also projects that want to, they don't want to wait. They want the duplicate to be made available to their, drop set. So they do a claim function instead of an airdrop. So each individual user has the opportunity to spend the gas instead of the actual founders.
Is that for hex stakers or for sacrificers?
Both.
Where could we maybe find out more about some of that?
I think the list is being compiled as we speak. Matty Allen's, putting together a site or has launched his first iteration of the site that shows all of the, projects as they launch and whether or not they gave tokens out to their users or the user set. Pulse Police has a list of reviewed tokens that are both airdrops and claims. And also Richard used to tweet out the ones that he wanted people to look at for free money, like things that he was interested in. But I think he's pulled back because there's so many of them now. So I'd look to Matty Allen's list and also our Pulse Police for safety's sake.
I'm sorry, what's the first one? Can you spell that?
MATIALLIN. He's an OG Hexagon. He's putting together the Pulse, the virtual Pulse meeting or whatever that's going on this weekend. He's the organizer of that. So he's got his own links to lists of projects that are launching and when.
That's his name on Telegram, or would I be able to Google find him?
Yeah,
Or?
on Telegram and also go on YouTube.
Okay.
Also take a look at Twitter. He's got you can put that in, do a search, you'll find his stuff on all three of those methods.
Hey, Jake, your mouth breathing and sighing at us. Turn your mic off. There we go.
And that's the
Just like that.
And that's the same deal for Pulse Police as well. Or sorry, did you say the Matty Allen covers the sacrificers as well, or is that a Pulse Police?
Matty Allen has compiled a list of projects that are airdropping and or claimable.
Okay.
That's just a raw list, but Pulse Police actually gives the list and then their evaluation of whether or not the token is benign or not.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. And so if you claim now, you're basically going to get double, right? For whatever you can claim and is deemed to be safe, you're going to claim it on Ethereum and it's going to get copied over upon launch.
That would be the assumption, yes. So if a free claim that's available now launches on Ethereum, is an ERC20, you claim it, you hold it, conceivably you're going to get that copy on Pulsechain as well. Versus an airdrop that's being, that they're waiting to drop on you for free without any spending of any gas on your part and any risk other than the review of the code to interact with. That will happen on Pulsechain.
I mean, if there was a time to claim, it'd be now with the low gas fees. So, I mean, assuming you want to spend the fees, of course, but if there was a time to claim, it'd probably be now.
Yep. I don't think anybody wants to spend gas fees. It's about 50 cents. I think the median is 50 cents for a simple send right now, which means, wow, are we almost in the single digits? We're at 10 Gwei right now. That's pretty good. It's pretty good means it's a gentle rape, right? 46 cents for a median simple send of an ERC20 token. Ethereum send is, of course, cheaper, but we don't care about that. Simple send of ERC20 tokens is about 45 cents. And that means that your S load function calculation of an end stake is probably for a year, it'll probably be about $10.
I mean, maybe it's just me, but if you're getting, I don't know what you're going to get, in terms of the claim, but if it's hundreds of dollars, maybe thousands of dollars, it's worth it. I mean, it'd be worth
That means Ethereum, basic Ethereum fees are the same as Bitcoin fees.
Only for S load cost. For basic Ethereum function, it's for sending the ERC20, it's 1/40th of the cost.
Wow.
But an S load calculation of a year is probably about half of an Bitcoin send.
Well, my highest Bitcoin send recently has been like 47 cents.
Oh, good.
Simple transfer. I know I've never paid more than $1 for years. For at least 2 years, I haven't paid more than $1. So.
Oh, last time I sent Bitcoin, it was when Richard called the top, and it cost me about $20.
Yeah, I never got myself involved in those fees. Never bothered.
Remember the swap for Bitcoin as well. If you do it on, you can only do it on a centralized exchange, but the fees there were quite high at that time as well. I dumped my basket.
Really? You
Yep.
didn't spread your risk?
Nope. Richard called the top. I spent a few days mulling it over. A few very expensive days mulling it over, and then said, right,
No.
we bought it when Richard called the bottom. We're gonna sell it when Richard called the top, and made out very nicely.
If you waited a few days, that means you want to caught the 69,000 top, not the 65 he called.
That's correct.
Okay.
No, I got it in the 50s.
Okay.
Still very happy though. That's why I don't have to sell any of my hacks. So Richard brings value in different ways, right?
Well, I actually sold my HEX so that I didn't have to sell my Bitcoin because I actually value them.
That's your choice, man. Like Richard said, I mean, if you want to round trip it again to a local low, let's say 11K, that's fine. And then he said after that it'll go up to reach all-time highs like 100K. So you'll get another 10x on whatever. It's not without value. I mean, Richard says it's spaghetti code and it's old antiquated technology. However, no one's denying the value of Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is going to beat gold, to pieces. If you could get another 10x from the local low, then you're doing good. But I'm wondering why you aren't playing your old strategy with Bitcoin that you did with Hex and selling it now, knowing that it's going to go down deeper, or when Richard calls the top, why you didn't sell a little bit of it and then buy it back at these lower rates.
Well, I'm actually playing that game a little bit with Rapid Bitcoin because it's easier to do. You can do it with a DEX. So I'm playing around with some Rapid Bitcoin on a DEX at the moment, or a couple of DEXs, and just I'm sniping these little local highs and lows. It's a lot of fun. That way, I don't have to worry about an exchange. Do it straight off the hardware wallet.
Yep, that's good. Sniping. When I hear that, it reminds me of my, trading days back in 2017, 2018, back before the tax rules came into effect. Back when you could get these little snipes in a day and then call it a day and put your feet up and say, I made X today. It's great. I got it in real cash. It's back in my bank, and I'll start up again tomorrow. But those days are long gone for U.S. citizens.
Yep, pretty harsh over there. They don't seem to give a shit over here, really. They don't seem to care. I think the HO only cares what you cash out in an exchange. You report that and you're fine.
Yeah, right on.
I think they don't care what we do with HEX and whatever else weird stuff that actually isn't even exposed on an exchange directly anywhere. I mean, you could be worth $1 million worth of HEX on the screen, and you say to them, yeah, but there's nowhere to actually sell it. So you got to do weird shit to get out of the system, and you got to get out the door somewhere. You got to find an exit. It's like they on paper they say airdrops are taxable, but I can show them wallets that I've got airdrops that are on paper worth tens of thousands of dollars, and then I can say, you show me where I can cash it in, and I will, because you can't. They're not worth shit. They're just
Well,
scams.
those are those are scams, and they can't either. So I don't think anybody worries about that stuff. And
No.
I think that those types of regulations or those types of laws are not enforceable.
Exactly.
So unrealized capital gains are not taxed in the United States, right?
Yeah, pretty much the same here.
Now that's not to say that a swap to a stable coin is not realized capital gains. So I kind of agree with that. And I'm willing to pay taxes, of course. I love paying big checks to the IRS. Let's get that straight.
It's one of my favorite times of year.
Yep. I just don't like to pay
Listen.
obscenely large, unfair amounts to the IRS. That's the game.
All I'm gonna say is, I jumped in at a bad time. I was here livening up the room when there was no one, and I did not realize that I was here to such a legend of Papa Boner, which has taught me so much. So I am so sorry that I interrupted you, and I'm gonna shut the fuck up right now.
No, not at all. What's on your mind, man? And well, thank you very much for your kind words.
Dude, when I came in here earlier, there was no one. No one wanted to talk to me. There was one kind soul. His name was Sebastian, who asked me some interesting questions on my thoughts on market sentiment, on Hart's Law, on a few different things. And I mean, listen, I'm a troll. All right, I hang out in hex trading. I pop into Pulsechain chat to answer noob questions, and I do my best to help the community. But I love being a troll in hex trading, because that's all hex trading is. But listen, I was half cut when I walked in here, and I'm pretty cut now. And I am so sorry that I jumped in, I didn't even look, I hit the fucking go button, and I interrupted the legend that is Papa Boner. So please, man, bless me with your fucking knowledge.
I didn't feel cut off at all. It happens that people just hit that microphone button and come on in. It's not a problem. I don't know, man. We're just talking about this and that. Krakatoa and I were just talking about various, I don't know what you would call them, high level trading, levels that we've enjoyed and strategies to increase our bags. He's one of the gentlemen that had the guts to early end stake at just the right time with 75% completed, and then parlay his hex bag into quite a nice size bag by selling a local kind of mid top and then buying it back again at a low. So I think that's great news. It's a good story. It does involve risk, but he seems to have done very well. And then we were talking about a little bit off topic on taxes and how he loved to pay big checks and to the IRS and whatever his local taxation authority is. And then you popped in. So that's all we're talking about. We're just, rambling and bullshitting today on a beautiful, Thursday afternoon for me.
Hey, I got a question here then. Okay, so he dropped in on his 75% on his Hex contract, right? So he dumbed and made a profit, obviously, by the way you're talking. How did he see the local top versus his losses via the truth contract?
That's a great question. So he can easily project out. First of all, there's lots of tools to be able to do this. Number one, you can take a look at go.hex.com/stake, and you can project out the upside potential at 6 point, back then it was probably about 5.8 hex per day per T-share. And if he saw a trend that he felt was going to go lower, then he gambles against that 5.8, 5.9 hex per day per T-share that he was enjoying. He takes his gains off the table, meaning he doesn't get his full contract, truth engine contract term filled, but he sees that he gets real gains at that moment, pays the gas, early end stakes. He didn't lose a thing. In fact, he gained a margin, but he believes that margin is going to be outstripped by simply selling at hex at, in the 20 cents range. In the 20s, he sells, and then he sees the writing on the wall and he buys back around, 6 cents. Now he's done very well for himself because he comes back into the ecosystem, gets his big hex bags refilled at like 5 to 6 times, and then he can start his new strategy.
Okay,
But
so
make no mistake, this is trading full stop. It's trading, and it's not exactly encouraged, but if you're going to do it, that in hindsight, that was a very good trade.
No, 100%. And listen, I don't encourage trading by any means. Unfortunately, you guys weren't here earlier. I jumped in and the chat room was fucking dead, man. It made me so sad. So I just started talking. Eventually, this wonderful soul, Sebastian, came in and he started asking me questions, and that kind of brought the chat forward, and it really started bringing it in and everything. But so for me, I'm not a trader, obviously. I don't condone trading. I don't any of that. The fact that guy was able to really bring some profits trading, I commend him. I commend him because every time I've done so, I have face planted, essentially. And this fucking sucks for me, man, because fucking day 3 Hexkin, right? I pre-claimed my fucking shit, and
hey, Crypto Crack, I'll just say one thing. There was a big time element in that trade because that was a stake from a fair while ago, right? So it's been sitting there fermenting for say 2 years or something like that, or a year and a half, whatever it was, 2 years probably. So
your
there's a time.
primary profit came from time.
The time element, okay, in 2 ways: the time it took to get to that stage where it was, and the forecast time element, like it's going to take X amount of months to finish the stake. And I looked at where Hex was going on the graph. I thought, well, there's a good chance it's going to be way lower than it is now. And in the end, when I eventually hit the button and paid $600 bloody termination fee, if you like.
You lucked out so fucking hard, man. Listen, when I first got into Hex,
that's not. I don't call that trading. I call that just taking up different position. That's just taking a different position. That's all it
You're a
was.
staker, aren't you?
Well, yeah, but in that case, it was worth it then staking early. And out of all I made out of that, I mean, geez, I'm still spending it. Got my hex back, made a $500,000 sacrifice, and I'm still going on it. So totally worth it. If I'd waited for the contract to end the way it was going to end, the hex price would have been down around 5 or 6 cents and not 26 cents. And I would have made way less money. So it wasn't so much a trade, it's just repositioning. So, you know.
Well, so essentially, you lucked out. You got your fucking timing right. You positioned correctly. You got it. So what
No,
I'm saying,
I don't think I lucked out. I think I just made a decision to luck out. I mean, a lot of people hung on to their stakes and didn't do that, and other people did do that. You know, it's just you got to make the decision. I mean,
well, no, and don't get me wrong. Listen, all right, you free claimed, right?
yeah, and you look at my cost basis, risk reward. That whole stake probably cost me like $100 way back in the day, right? Because the Ethereum back then was like $200 Australian. It's half an Ethereum. Back in the probably I bought it back in the first couple of weeks of Hex being distributed. So my risk was very small. So
Right. But my point. My point was that you fucking took the risk and you fucking got out at the right time. That's not a bad thing. It's really not a bad thing. Listen, I free claimed my hex on day 3. Okay, so I get it. But the difference is yours was 2-year, mine's 5-year. All right. I haven't free claimed the same that you have, and I've bought in a lot more since then. And I'm not shitting on you for that. I'm saying congratulations. But, like, I don't know, man. Like, what is your general market sentiment? Like, there's got to be more to this than you fucking bought in and cashed out at the right time, even though you didn't really buy in. Like, give me something here that we can really talk about, because I can't really contribute much on that. And I'm not gonna lie, like 4 hours ago, this chat room was dead as fuck. And it made me so sad. I came in here and I asked like 5 questions.
mate,
Nobody fucking answered me, man.
Man, it's like that 80% of the time now these days. Okay, it's just the way it is.
Yeah, this is the first time I was just making a comment earlier that this was the first time I popped in the span of the past few weeks that I actually heard some chatter, which I'm like, okay, that's good. I'm actually wondering, did something happen today? Is there any reason why it's more active today?
Yes.
No, it's just the right people came in at the right time.
No, Jake and Eddie just stubbed his toe. That's it. The only action we've had all day.
Yeah, the right people at the right time, man. Listen, I came in, and when I came in, I asked like 4 or 5 questions, trying to get the fucking chat going, because I'm not gonna lie, I hang out in hex trading for the most part of the day when I'm working. I don't have time to voice chat because I'm a pipeliner. All right, I'm out dealing with bullshit, lots of noise, everything else. I had quiet times during the day. I came in and I just popped in and said, "Hey, what the fuck's going on? Let's talk about shit. Here is the Hex daily stats, right? Where are we at? How are you guys feeling?" And then I had some random guy, Sebastian, beautiful fucking man, beautiful. He came in and asked me questions about Pulsechain, Hart's Law, and how liquidity was going to work. I did my best to answer the questions, and we formed an amazing chat off of that. And then since then, I had to dip off. I had family calls, and then I'm not gonna lie, I had like 8 drinks in the bar, and now I'm back, and like I'm so happy to have you guys to talk to, because every time I come in here, it's so dead. So please, let's talk about some amazing shit that's really about to go on.
Well, I actually had a question for Papa, but I think he bounced. So
I agree, because Papa Boner is the one that really taught me about all of the amazing things about Trezor. I was a ledger man before, and he really progressed me into no longer buying Trezor, along with some other bullshit that got me fucked. But Papa Boner was the one that got me into Trezor.
Yeah, Trezor for the wind. Mate, ledgers. I bought one ledger once, and then they leaked all my details, and then the ledger wouldn't work. So fuck ledgers. It's like I paid a company money to supply me a defective product, and then they leaked all my details to all the scum of the internet.
Yeah, listen, like, they only did it once, as far as I'm aware. They didn't mean to leak those details. They fucked up, right? But, like, they are trying hard, but they did fuck up. Does anybody know Papa Boner? Can we get him back in here? Because seriously, I have questions for him that would potentially help other people. I mean, I can ask him now, but I don't know if they'll actually fucking help people.
he usually jumps in and out from what I've seen. But I mean, I'll shoot with my question. I'll catch him some other time as well. I was just wondering because I know he works behind the scenes too. So he was talking about whispers earlier, and I was just wondering if he had any updates as far as launch is concerned. Not that it really matters in some ways, given market conditions, but I was just curious.
Dude, as far as launch is concerned, I don't think Papa Boner has a lot of insight. I might be wrong, but Papa Boner's a community member. He is truly security based, and he argues with RH. He fucking rags on RH for security because people don't have the same intelligence as RH, right? They can't commit to the same security. So I think they disagree on that. But I personally, I don't think he has any inside knowledge, though I might be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting like a date, hey, whatever, December 15th, but I was just wondering if you had anything to share at all. I mean, last I heard, RH even shared, hey, there's some code updates or, there's some stuff that's being worked on, but I was just curious. I was curious to see where things were currently at. So,
Well, as far as I'm aware, they're... Holy fuck, shouldn't be talking some half cut. But no one else is speaking up. Anybody else, please speak up. If you know more about the code updates, I want you to speak up over me right now. I'm going to give you 5 seconds, 10 seconds. As far as I'm aware, we have moved from Solidity to a Go ETH security code to eliminate some security bugs, which, as far as I'm aware, caused pauses on the network, though the way they were described to me were security bugs, which could mean more. And please, if anybody has any more information or can discredit me, I want you to speak up now because I am not trying to FUD. I am literally just trying to explain what I know.
I know for a fact nobody in here knows what's going on.
Well, that doesn't fucking help, all right? Because my dumbass will only project what I hear from the fucking internet.
Well, that's just you just summarise everything Richard has said, and that's all we know. Because the developers aren't talking to us, and they're not posting in their progress.
No, that is what I've heard from Richard, my contact, and a couple of devs. All right, so my information does technically come from devs, but
which devs? Which devs are they? Devs
it's
actually working on Pulse and PulseX,
on
or
Pulse, correct, but is outdated. All right, like listen, I'm like 2-3 weeks behind.
I mean, that's not too stale. I mean, I just feel like
2-3 weeks behind is fucking pathetic in crypto. All right, you know what happens in 2 weeks?
hey, it's a lifetime, man. I get it. Yeah, especially these days. Yeah, no, for sure. But I mean, I feel like even RH, he used to, give more updates, and it's been a
What
bit more
happened?
silent. I mean, again, not
Yeah,
that it
what
matters.
happened? We all asked for RH to give more updates, more supplement, more hopium, more bullshit, and then we shit on him for it, and he stopped doing it. It's not RH's fault, it's ours. And I mean, not ours particularly in this chat, but I mean ours in general, because we
Yeah, I
as a
think he
community
can be more
fucked
transparent.
him. And listen, I'm sorry to say that. I really don't want to say that because I love this fucking community. I do. Every one of you that wants to talk to me, every one of you that has questions, that wants to learn, that wants to have a general bullshit conversation on how's life. I love it. I really do. I love all of you. But the problem is the man does not have the time. And when a couple of us start shitting on him, it turns into the 1,000, right? There's so many of us, right? All it takes is a little sound bite like this one right now, and we all start shitting on him, and that discredits him from what he wants to say or from what his devs say, depending on the situation. That's fucking horrible. So who am I to talk realistically? I'm just blabbing on a mic right now, and realistically, any one of you have more authority to take the mic than I do. So I'm going to give you that chance right now.
About the updates that I said, I hear that this Saturday has a conference. However, I haven't seen any updates on his Twitter account to mention on for this Saturday about the about the conference. Sorry. Does anybody is aware about the conference on this Saturday?
I accidentally clicked out of the voice chat. I only caught half of your thing. Something about a Saturday.
Yeah, so I hear that this Saturday there is a conference from Richard Hart, and we're gonna receive more updates. Is that true? Does anybody knows about it?
I haven't personally heard any updates about that. Sorry. But in the meantime, let's talk about something else. And listen, if somebody has an update about Richard Hart and they're thinking about what's going on for Pulsechain, let's bring it up in the future. Right? That was what you're talking about, right? Pulsechain? Or are you talking about PulseCon? All right, listening. Pathetic. Bleak silence. All right, maybe somebody can answer me this then. All right. As somebody that's been around crypto for a long time and that hasn't had the time to learn due to time constraints. All right, any of you motherfuckers know about either limit orders via 1inch or matcha? How long do they last? Please.
You set the time limit to whatever you want. It can be an hour, a day, a week. It's up to you to set it.
Interesting. And what does the gas limit cost depending on the time frame?
Well, the gas, there's no gas. It's just that one of the parties pays the fee. It's part of the trade. So you don't need like Ethereum as a gas per se. You know what I mean? I can't believe
All
I
right,
just
so
said per se.
listen. All right, this is fucking pathetic. I'm a day 3 Xkin. I've made a lot of purchases.
I thought you wanted to know about limit orders.
I've never made a limit order. So
it's a piece of piss.
It's a piece of piss.
It's
Not bad.
Yeah,
And I love the fact that are you UK or Aussie? And you don't have to answer.
Australian.
You're Australian. It's fucking hilarious. All right, piece of piss. That's great for my books.
Why don't you just go on the match? Why don't you just go on Matcher and just click on the limit and just pick a pair and just have a look. It'll be obvious when you look at it.
Can you cancel your orders on Matcha now?
You can cancel them, but I think there is a fee to pay if you cancel early.
Well, I'm fine. It's the same as boosting your gas limit. I'm just curious because after everything I've learned, after everything I've heard, I've seen that DeFi can be a little bit of a hiccup, and that I like to dollar cost average in. It just works for me, man. Like, I don't give a shit if Hex is 20 cents, if it's 10 cents, if it's 5 cents. Look, man, I'm just gonna keep buying them, keep staking.
Just go on there and put some little orders in. It'll be painfully obvious. You see how it does. You just when it says
so small orders, painfully obvious, but I'm still paying what, $3 a gas fee, right?
No, you're not. You're not paying gas fee.
Okay, it's something new.
I just said there's no gas fee for you to pay. Whatever. Oh, and I recommend you don't do it when you're drunk. How about that? Don't trade drunk. Don't trade when you're drunk. You all heard me say that, didn't you?
I did hear you say that. I did.
Don't trade when you're drunk. So
I'm not setting limit orders when I'm drunk, all right? The most I'm doing when I'm drunk is I'm setting market orders, all right? I'm going on. I'm going to throw $500, $1,000, $2,000 and buy. I'm sorry, that's Krakatoa I was talking to, right?
Yep.
Right. So listen, I'm not trying to be a shithead. It's just, I don't come on here very much. I really just tried to get this fucking voice chat kick-started the earlier the night when I started drinking. When I made my first initial buy. And I want everyone to understand what they're doing before they're doing it. All right, I'm not trying to be a fucking shithead. I'm not trying to be a troll. I'm literally just trying to help people. And I hope that you don't see me in that method that I'm a troll, because you can't talk to me like I'm that way. All right, boring, quiet. I'm done with this shit. Who has a question? Come up front. Seriously, if I can answer the question, someone else can. No more of this silence bullshit. All right, I'm sick of this fucking chat room being dead. Give me anything. Let's go. Holy fuck, boys. I even changed my bios. Give me anything. Like, I've done this for fucking Twitter. I got booted off Facebook. None of it. Come on. Give me something. Give me something I can run off here. Any question, it doesn't fucking matter. It can be a question of like, man, why did my wife leave me? Give me fucking something. Holy shit, boys. For some reason, I just got booted. If there's any question in the last like 14 seconds, ask me. Just a bunch of nothing. I don't fucking like it, boys. Come on, you gotta have something. Alright, fine. Then let's have something ridiculous. Alright. You had 15 milli. You wanted to deploy right now. How would you deploy it? What percentage would you deploy in Pulsechain when it launches? And how would you deploy it before Pulsechain launches via marketing? I'm curious. Let's go.
Sorry, I caught the tail end of that. What was your question?
My question was literally just trying to get people to fucking talk, man. How do I say this? The absolute fucking patheticness of this group chat has been so sad that I threw out a garbage question that I don't even remember now. Because it doesn't fucking matter. Literally just to get people to have a conversation. And the fact that you are back here, Papa Boner, can I ask you a serious question?
Yes.
Alright, okay. So, I'm a proud treasure holder. After Ledger fucked me due to the security flaw in their company's vulnerability. So Ledger had fucked me. Alright? What is the odds that Trezor fucks me in the future? And is there a way to dodge all of that garbage vulnerability between the centralized company due to my own significance? Can I follow a certain protocol to avoid all of Ledger's or Trezor's bullshit, such as Gnosis? Or is Gnosis not the answer? So I ask you two questions in that.
All right. So there's two answers. Number one, yeah, Gnosis Safe is a great alternative if you know what you're doing with Gnosis Safe. But the bigger question was, how can you safeguard yourself from being potentially doxxed by a database that can be relinquished by some idiot part-time fool that simply sends a CC to every other member of that list? Company databases are far, all of your information, your private information already that counts, that was disclosed on the Ledger debacle, has already been out with the hack of the even worse problem, which was, what was it, Equifax. The Equifax hack leaked all of your personal information out into the world. So it's all out there. Dark web or just standard web, it's easy to query anybody's social security number to their name, their date of birth, their home address, their last known home address. All that shit's out there already. So if you're worried about that, then stop buying anything anymore online, because everything is tied back to you. Your precious privacy is not really present in the real world right now, in the digital age. So don't worry about that. And don't get your, nose out of whack because Ledger disclosed your information. I would say be more shocked at Ledger owning it and their poor ability to explain the hows and whys or what they were going to do for their customers to ensure their safety. That was really poorly handled with Ledger. But the fact remains is that it wasn't really a big deal in the grand scheme of things. What's really a big deal is the code being generated, or the code being queried, and the private keys being generated within the device itself, and that has not been compromised. That has not been hacked. So you can still use a Ledger device with confidence. Can you prevent Trezor from making the same mistake with their customer database? No, you can't. You have to imagine that they should be held to the same standards as any other company handling precious information for their customers. In the United States, which they are not located in, by the way, once again, they are in the Czech Republic. If they were operating out of the United States as a U.S. company, they would be held liable. The C-suite would be held liable for a breach of that magnitude. But because Ledger is in France and Trezor is in Czech Republic, there's different, personal protection, privacy laws, personal, private data protection laws that come into place within the EU, and that's for the EU people to be considered about. That the laws do not scan across the globe. So I believe that you enjoy a modicum of convenience in your life. I think that you like to buy on Amazon. I think that you like to, go shopping and use credit cards. I think that you like those conveniences, and within that you're always going to be subject to some kind of, privacy being encroached upon. Your data is sold to companies for marketing. Your data can be scraped for nefarious purposes. The thing working on your side, though, is the fact that if everybody is breachable, if everybody is scrapable, then that overwhelming amount of data takes a long time to actually do anything with on the bad guy side. It's always been that way. And then, of course, if you use your credit card, you've got the added cushion, or the good part of this entire equation is that there's insurances and assurances on the credit card side that will protect you from liability. So I like to tell people, don't use your ATM for any purchases online, because an ATM card does not hold that same insurance. You do not have your savings accounts that are linked to your ATM cards, even though they say Visa and MasterCard on them, on the cards themselves, do not have the limited liability that an actual credit card does. You can't revoke somebody that rinses your entire bank account. It's up to the bank to make good on you, and at their discretion, they may tell you to pound sand. And I've had a couple of friends that have been rinsed, and the bank said, sorry, we're not going to give you anything back. Take it up with the FBI. So, long story short, there are few things you can do to truly anonymize yourself and protect yourself from such breaches like you saw with Ledger. The only thing you could do is go completely dark and stop using all the beautiful, and convenient sites that you know and love. Stop using your smartphone in a way that you can identify it as a smartphone. You would have to go completely and totally down to the a different Linux operating system running on a platform that looks a lot like your smartphone but doesn't quite give you all of the conveniences and the apps that you know and love and all the conveniences in your life that you've enjoyed in the last 20 years. And I don't think that you're prepared to do that. So I would rather do this. Settle down, accept that you are not enjoying privacy in your day-to-day life. Say that, it's a sad shame, but ask yourself, what does it really matter to you if it doesn't impact you in terms of, taking away things from you that you hold dear, that you value, namely your health and your wealth. If it doesn't affect you in that method and those means, then why would you worry yourself about it? And the sad fact is that The system profits greatly by your data and crunching it, but to you, it really means nothing. You know, how many times you bought, a certain type of scented candle on Amazon, for example. To you, if somebody gets to know that information, then they can profile you as somebody who likes vanilla scented candles and buys them at, 5 times a year in packs of 12. Means nothing to you that somebody actually steals that information. That's your, profile information. That's your, self projected in some, bits and bytes that makes sense to some producer of candles. That means that the candle wax importer would have to, up their amounts by several millitons per year. Doesn't matter at all to you. So I wouldn't get so caught up. And this is coming from somebody who's spent time trying to educate masses about privacy versus security. To me, I think privacy doesn't mean a damn to anybody out there. For God's sake, there was a study done in New York City where people were just simply asked, we're giving away these king size Snicker bars for your passwords. So any passwords you want to divulge, tell me if it's through your email or your bank account or anything. You'll get this king size Snicker bar. There was an 80% of the people said, yeah, sure, I'll give you my password. And then they thought that they would just simply go back. A lot of them thought that they would kind of game the system to get the Snicker bar. It's a freaking candy bar, for God's sake. They thought they would get that little prize for free because that was valuable to them. They thought they would just go right into the app after that and simply change their password, and that was enough.
Dude, I unmuted when I thought I muted, but all I'm going to say is, like, you asked 38 million retards if they would exchange their password or their confiscational data for a Snickers bar, which is no more bullshit than any of the garbage that was, hey, what would you do for a Klondike bar? It was fucking garbage. And I'm sorry that I didn't have the button push to really express my fucking opinion, because I hit it and I fucking thought I had it, and I ranted for like 30 seconds before I realized I wasn't live. Now, listen, I love you, Papa Boner. Your shit on hardware devices has taught me so much. Like, seriously, man, I've been listening for the last like 8 months and I've learned so much. But from what you just said right there was really that most people don't give a shit and fuck it. Who cares? And it frustrates the fuck out of me because most of these people need a slap in the fucking goddamn mouth. Like, truly, they need it because they don't understand what they have, and it's no different than the bullshit that Obama preached, where anyone who fucking, thinks they need security really doesn't need it. Right? I butchered the saying. Jesus fuck, what was the saying? Fuck, it was the same as Stalin. Listen, I'm hammered to shit, but the point of the matter is those who want security think that they need it, but those who want it really don't have it. Does that make sense? You know what? I'm gonna stop for 5 seconds and let you answer because I'm sure you know the fucking saying that I'm talking about.
No, it doesn't come to mind. Actually, I got to drop off pretty soon as well for a little bit. But I think I get what you're saying. Yeah, you're right to be frustrated that people don't get it. But human nature is why bad actors can steal from people to begin with, and it's simple head smacking logic goes out the window when greed takes over. So appealing to people's greed and sense of entitlement and or need for mollycoddling and and conveniences in their life. All will always be a exploitable type of trait in the human condition. So you're right to be very, very concerned. And now that you have your eyes open and you value your data and your privacy and your security, it is kind of dumbfounding that people don't get it, or that that they trust providers that also don't know that they get off the boat, limit their liability at certain levels, and don't provide a full blanket top to bottom type of multi-layered security strategy. It's not 100%, but I will say that in this day and age, a hardware wallet is your best asset or your best ally to protect your assets that's available to you, and is just complex enough for you to get your head around and not screw up. Cheap enough to acquire. Yeah, I would say that that's your best tool to
All
protect
right.
what you
No,
got.
you're right. You're right. That's the best tool to protect yourself. So I've looked up your YouTube channel. I've looked up your videos with Matty Allen, with Whales Only, with a lot of these people. Where's your YouTube channel, and where do you protect us further? Because this is your game. Your game is security. How do I
Yeah,
fucking protect myself against the
I don't
things that you and me are talking about right now?
right. I don't have a YouTube channel per se.
Why?
I'm on Discord Syndicate on a very kind of hangout, bullshitting around with friends type of stream we do twice a week. Wake Up Hex Show. If anybody has any security questions in the chat on that show, then we do examine them and we do answer them, but that's not our forte. Our forte is about keeping things kind of positive and examining the latest memes and being stupid. So that's
All right,
that
listen,
show. And then
listen.
the other show that I
There's,
do is Hex
there's
Asians, where we spend a little bit more time, but again, it's more like a hangout. And then of course there's this chat where when I can put my time in, I'm here to answer questions and be of service wherever I can.
Okay, so say I set up a service where it was a retarded YouTube channel, which you guys have set up, which display your disgrievances, right? How can I portray the problems that we have spoken about, the problems that really disgrieve in the masses, right? How can I fix that so that it reaches the most amount of people? Because you don't want to make a YouTube channel. You don't want to deal with that. Like Papa Boner, man, you have taught me so much. I have learned so much from your random Telegram chats. Like seriously, man. Like there are a lot of people that are hurt from random nonsense that I think your knowledge could benefit from. Is there no way that we could communicate, that I could portray, that no one else has? Because I believe other people have portrayed, but like I don't even know how to say it, man. Like people need to portray this shit that we're talking about right now so people don't get hurt, because most people have no fucking clue, dude.
Yeah, sadly, you just have to find that for yourself. Maybe combine two different outlets in a way that no one has before. People generally have their Twitter and their, YouTube channel, and they simply spread the knowledge as best they can and get feedback from the masses and have their little arguments in public and try to get some progress nailed down within the community. But we're making good progress. The people in this community seem a little bit brighter, a little bit more prepared than other communities that I've jumped into. Just for comparison, I've recently kind of lurked in other chats and other communities, and they don't seem to be ready for, from a security perspective, they don't really have anything to say. And when somebody does come into their chat and says, I think I've been rinsed, who can I talk to? They just cackle to themselves and they say, sucks for you, you know? And then they go back to talking
What
about
exactly what I've
crossbow
done.
hunting and shit like that.
All right. So I have a serious question for you. All right. So I got wrecked. All right, by Ledger's shit of a security vulnerability. All right.
How
I
did you
have
get wrecked? How did you get wrecked? Because they don't have a security vulnerability on their actual device. So how do you say you got wrecked?
not on their device. Not on their device, on their servers. The way that you described that Ledger users got wrecked and that you recommended Trezors. All right. I got wrecked because those motherfuckers leaked my data. All right. My name,
But how did
my
you get
phone
wrecked?
number, everything,
Yeah.
my address, everything got fucking leaked.
Yeah,
All right. I got
but yeah,
wrecked by
it
those
leaked.
motherfuckers.
It leaked. Yeah, it leaked. But did somebody make use of that leaked information yet, or not?
Yeah, not yet. Not yet, bro. But I'll tell you what, when they do, I'm going to be shit out of luck because it's my grandparents. All right. Like,
Yeah, but
these aren't
Crypto Quack,
me. These aren't me that's
Crypto
getting
Quack,
wrecked. These are the people
Crypto
that
Quack.
I truly care about. All right.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. But look, a year before that, Equifax was actually hacked. And all of your social security, all your grandparents' social security numbers, yours and mine, were all leaked out into the hands of most likely Russians. And those were, those now are on their database. So they know where you are, who you are, and our beautiful system known as a social security system, for which the United States identifies you in all ways, shapes, or forms. Your grandparents get their Medicare, Medicaid, they get their, their Social Security, they get everything is sent to them because of that. That's their lifeline, and that's been leaked. So as that was leaked, which is a much bigger problem, I think that your address being leaked is not such a big problem, and your phone number, because these things are already available via reverse lookup through many different databases. So I wouldn't say that you got wrecked. You got wrecked when somebody
To a
goes,
degree.
wait, hold on a second. You get wrecked when somebody uses that information. They go and they get an identification at the DMV. They use that identification, open up a bank account. They take out loans in your name on different, purchases, that the maximum amount of purchases that they can do for real estate. Then they default on them and you're left holding the bag. When that happens, you are wrecked because it takes you a long time to get out of that hole, to explain it wasn't me, it wasn't me, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. Even if you can produce a copy of the identification that they applied for and it's not your picture. So that type of thing would be your wreck. But because you're in this huge bait ball along with everybody else in the United States that has had their stuff, disclosed into the wild, you really stand a very little chance of being truly wrecked, because these sharks that are feasting on the bait ball can only take so big of a bite every once in a while, and it would take
No,
them
you're right.
infinite amount of time.
No, listen. You're right. They can only take so big of a bite. But here's the thing, all right? I wasn't living by myself when that happened, all right? When that leak happened and all that data got dumped, that wasn't me, man. That was my grandfather. All right? He was the man that I was fucking living with when shit was rolling south for me. And on top of that, my grandfather is the greatest goddamn pupil I've ever had in crypto. The greatest ever. Like, this motherfucker, 60 some fucking years old, and he can use DeFi protocols after everybody else that I've tried to teach, that I've tried to fucking learn. They don't fucking get it. They're fucking dumb as shit. But this motherfucker, he gets it. And he's the fucking one at risk. And that is why I will never buy a Ledger product ever in my existence.
Crypto Crack. Let's ease off on the F bombs, please, because some newbie that comes in this chat, they hear that type of language, they get the wrong idea. So
no,
I
I'm sorry.
understand.
Listen. I'm a pipeliner. All right, I work 12 hours of an effing day. And, like, man, if you saw my life, you would understand why I use F-bombs, all right? I don't mean to use wrong language, but when I express myself for a reason.
It's just the frequency of them. We use them like salt, right? It'll use a little bit. It's a beautiful
Salt
seasoning.
is
Too much
delicious.
spoils everything.
No, salt is delicious.
Man, I gotta drop off for a bit, but I'll be kind of lurking passively. But I got to get mobile. So it was great talking with you, and I hope that there's somebody else that wants to chat with you in this chat. If you got questions, this is the place to answer them. Spread the knowledge to support ourselves in the community and onboard new people and give them the information they need, because no other community provides that type of support. So spread the good word, man.
I do everything I can, and seriously, man, like you have helped me and a lot of my family. Thank you. Seriously, thank you, and I don't mean to disrespect you. Like, thank you.
My and all the other admins and OGs here and everybody that's been in this chat for over a year or whatever. A lot of very intelligent people here. So we're helping each other. Take it easy,
Have a
okay?
good day. Bye-bye. All right, come on. Who's not listening to my nonsense? Give me a question. Help me out. Do something. Come on. Come on, guys. Like, literally, any questions? Let's go. What do you got?
Hey, Crypto Quack, how come you're saying that a ledger's not safe?
Sorry. Express it again. Electrum is not safe?
No, you said earlier that ledger wasn't safe for some reason.
Yeah, you said Electrum.
Oh, and you guys weren't talking about ledger. Sorry, you said ledger, so I was like, what? Like, what kind of security vulnerabilities are there with that? But there's not, right?
As far as I know, Electrum is fine. But
I'm saying ledger.
oh, Ledger. No. Ledger. So the hardware manufacturer, right? Ledger
Yeah.
itself, the USB company, if you will, the hardware manufacturer is safe. It's good. The problem they had was they leaked their customer database.
Oh, okay, but like nothing secured, like so they can just use that for phishing attacks and stuff like that, but nothing else, right?
Well, yeah, to a degree. I apologize
Okay,
for
okay.
burping. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was live. Yeah, but yeah,
Okay.
I mean, like,
I swear earlier saying that, I'm like, I've never anything about Ledger having security vulnerabilities, but you said it like 2 times. So I was like, whoa, what? But I couldn't figure out my mic until now.
oh, and I'm live now. Okay. Listen, I hit the wrong button in the last 20 seconds. I disappeared from the chat. Something about Ledger not being safe. Please enunciate so I can refresh. All right. Listen, I don't need people to enunciate. Ledger fucked up. All right. Ledger leaked their customer database, which released their emails, phone numbers, and addresses, which fucked up. Like, that's a serious fuck up. But they have not done since. All right. That was in 2019 or 2020. Either way, serious fuck up for customers back then. As far as I'm aware, it has not happened since then. If anyone is going to correct me, please correct me. And I'm here. And I'm sorry for anyone that I just cut off. I dropped my phone. I'm sorry. Bye. Holy fuck. Sorry, boys. I had to like disconnect and send a reconnect, which wasn't really a reconnect. Listen, I don't really get how this Telegram works, right? I just do my best to help the noobs. So if I seem out of place here, it's because I am. And I'm truly just trying to help. Bye bye. See, and that's the problem. I disconnected right there. That's not the way it needs to be done. I need to push the You're Live button, and then boom, you're not online.
I kill you.
Jeez, fuck. Alright, seriously, we're live? Alright, I thought I disconnected. I thought there was a problem with that connection. That's all you got? Really? Fuck you, I'm ordering a pizza and then I'll get back to you.